July 27, 2009 field hearing on TARP assistance in the auto industry. I would like to begin by thanking Wayne State University for their hospitality in making these facilities available to us and making it possible for us to have this hearing in Detroit. And I'd like to begin by recognizing President Jay Noreen and asking him for a few opening remarks. Mr. President?
Well, thank you very much. We are most pleased to host the Oversight panel. Chair Elizabeth Warren, who's a Leo Gottlieb professor at Harvard in the law school, and Congressman Jeb Hensarling, who's from Texas, and actually from Texas A&M, a place where I spent some time. So, Gigam. It is a real pleasure. It's a real privilege to host the panel. Of course, we all know in Michigan, as much as anywhere, how critically important the automobile industry is and where it goes in the future. And because of that, this is a most appropriate place to host this among, I know, many of your hearings around the country to explore the process and the results of aid to the auto industry and beyond from TARP. Wayne State's role, particularly in collaboration with our new consortium formed about 3 years ago with the University of Michigan and Michigan State as the University Research Corridor, is particularly important to the future of the auto industry and to Michigan's economy. We, the three research institutions here, are principal producers of managers and engineers in the auto industry and many other of the workforce, as well as many of the innovations ahead of us in the auto industry in terms of alternative energy and hybrid vehicles and a number of other things in our engineering schools. So we are a partner with the auto industry, we are a partner with Michigan's economy, and therefore we're a partner with this Oversight panel and its objectives. So we're very anxious to spend the day listening, and we're very anxious for the outcome of your reviews around the country and what we expect will be a real boost to the economy and what you find out and what you recommend. So thank you very much for being here.
Thank you, President Noreen. I also want to thank Congresswoman Kilpatrick and Senator Levin and their staffs for their assistance with today's hearing. And I understand Congresswoman Kilpatrick is with us, and we would like to thank her especially and recognize her for some opening remarks.
Madam Co-Chair, Madam Warren, my colleague, Mr. Congressman, how are you this morning? I just want to thank Mr. McGreevy for your fine work and work with my staff, my District Director, Ron Marshall. Would you please stand for a moment? As they coordinated the event to have it here, I think this is the first that you've had. This panel was created by legislation of the Congress, adopted as part of our TARP package, and I think you're doing a fine job. This is my district. This is the perfect place to be this morning. Here in Michigan, we are the epicenter of the manufacturing that's kind of eroding itself in America, and we're happy that you're here. The Congressman is an active participant in Congress, and I know that as we rebuild America and rebuild our Chrysler Corporation as well as our General Motors Corporation, and the thousands and hundreds of thousands of jobs will be affected, that your job will be one of most significance. So thank you for coming to Michigan's 13th Congressional District. Our staff is available and willing and ready to work with you. Thank you very much, and we give you all our respect and love. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Congresswoman Kilpatrick. I also want to recognize Congressman Conyers, who has also been very active in economic issues, and we appreciate the support that he has given us on the Oversight panel and in inviting us here to Detroit. Congressman Conyers, can I call on you for a few remarks?
Yes. Overcoming my usual reluctance to come before another committee other than mine, I'm happy to be here and to welcome you all for several reasons. This is the university that taught me everything I didn't know before I got here. And I'm very happy to see the president here, who's doing a great job. And I want my colleague in the Congress to know that we're privileged to use this part of the law school quite frequently for our own hearings and town hall meetings and activities, so we're glad you're all here. This is a difficult period of time that we're going through, and in the automobile industry particularly. Now, the big question is how we can make this automobile bailout, and I know that's probably not a good term of art in a congressional hearing, but how can we help these companies to a maximum degree, and yet not disempower hundreds and hundreds of automobile dealers? Now, for me, what is it, Chrysler, some 700-800 dealers gone out of business. General Motors, I think it's in the 1,700 range. And the question is, what kind of, how did that happen? And if there's anything, is there anything we can do about it? Now, the House has already tried to do something about it, only last week. A Senate, one of the chairmen in the Senate committee just found out that he's asked for a review of this as well. And so, to me, this is a very, very important part of our business. Minority auto dealers kind of have been even more disadvantaged by this. And I should particularly thank Ron Bloom for being here. Lord knows how many hearings he's been in. He's been before us. We've had 3 hearings in judiciary already on this matter. But I hope that we'll be thinking together about whether the auto task force diminished the rights of creditors, secured creditors, and investors, and while giving preferential treatment to the United Automobile Workers. There's been a lot of talk about that in Washington. I don't think it's accurate, but I want to get it out there in advance. And then we've had the issue of whether there is a, I know nobody, I don't think it will be raised, but whether the administration, whether the president is trying to start a government takeover of the private sector. And I don't think that we should spend a lot of time on that today. Just remember, it was the 2 leaders of the 2 automobile manufacturers that came to us to ask us for their help. And so I'm happy to be back here at my school. I'm happy to have everybody here with me. And we might want to consider an honorary degree for my colleague in the Congress, depending on his deportment and behavior today. But I welcome you here, and I thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much, Congressman. Last October, Congress established our panel as part of the Emergency Economic Stabilization Act to oversee the expenditure of funds from the Troubled Asset Relief Program, commonly referred to as TARP. It's our duty to investigate and issue monthly oversight reports that analyze and evaluate Treasury Department's administration of this program, and their efforts to stabilize our economy. Congress also authorized this panel to hold hearings. Over the past 8 months, we've traveled to locations as diverse as Nevada, Maryland, Wisconsin, New York, and Colorado in order to learn how the financial crisis is affecting people across the country. We believe that this is the best way to develop yet another perspective on the impact of the financial crisis. Today we're here in Detroit, Michigan to examine the Treasury's use of TARP funds to support the automotive industry. As home to the 3 largest automakers in North America, Detroit offers a unique opportunity for our panel to better understand the benefits and the challenges posed by the government's intervention in the auto sector. A symbol of American strength and ingenuity, few industries are as deeply embedded in our national identity. For generations, the health of the auto industry has been a mirror for the health of our nation. As you know all too well, this reflection has dimmed over the past few years as both the auto industry and our country have faced the worst economic downturn since the Great Depression. Treasury has stated that the failure of the American auto sector poses a systemic risk to our economy. Such a failure would threaten hundreds of thousands of jobs, ranging from the auto industry itself to suppliers, dealers, and small businesses that depend on the industry for their livelihoods. On December 19, 2008, Treasury offered domestic automobile companies eligibility for government assistance under TARP. Treasury's decision to invest in the auto industry through the Automobile Industry Financial Program provided General Motors and Chrysler with approximately $80 billion in financial assistance on the condition that they provide viable business plans demonstrating how this assistance would allow them to restructure and to return to profitability. For our September Oversight report, we will focus on Treasury's use of funds to support the American automotive industry as authorized by the EESA. It is our hope that today's hearing will enhance that report. We hope to explore the impact of TARP funds and to better understand the specific role that Treasury has played. We also want to examine the longer-term implications of Treasury's involvement here. For today's hearing, we have invited the head of the President's Automotive Task Force, officials from GM and Chrysler, a creditor affected by the bankruptcy and reorganization of Chrysler and GM, and independent experts on the automotive industry and the bankruptcy process. We thank you all for joining us today, and we look forward to your testimony. Before I turn to Congressman Hensarling for his opening statement, I want to note the absence of Damon Silvers. This is the first hearing of the Congressional Oversight Panel that he has missed. Mr. Silvers has recused himself on all matters relating to the auto industry before the panel. All of us who serve on the panel serve on a part-time basis as special government employees, and in his day job, Mr. Silvers is Associate General Counsel to the AFL-CIO. The AFL-CIO has taken a position advocating for TARP funding for the health care plans of AFL-CIO affiliate union members and retirees at GM and Chrysler. For that reason, Mr. Silvers did not feel it was appropriate for him to be involved in our oversight of Treasury's assistance to the auto industry. We miss his good counsel, but we understand that he is working to protect the integrity of the process. I also should note the absence of yet another of our panel members, and that is Richard Neiman, Superintendent of Banking for the state of New York. Mr. Neiman spent several hours in an airport in New York last night, only to learn at the end of the evening that his plane had been canceled, and he was not able to come to Detroit and could not get on a plane early enough this morning in order to make the hearing. So I'm afraid weather has conspired against him. We shall miss him as well. I now yield to Congressman Hensarling for any remarks he would like to make. She's not on? Here, you're welcome to use mine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, let me also add my voice of thanks and gratitude for Wayne State to host us today. I had originally advocated that we hold this hearing in the nation's capital, but having been here just a little bit of time, I can certainly say that the hospitality of Wayne State far exceeds that of my colleagues and other members of Congress. So we're happy to be here, Mr. President, happy to be here. I do actually want to thank my colleagues for being here today. And although we come from different parties and different philosophies, Congresswoman Partrich and Chairman Conyers are very, very able advocates for their constituents. They're very distinguished and respected leaders within the United States House. It is an honor to have them here with us today. Unfortunately, I sense if Chairman Conyers is going to be in charge of the committee that decides whether or not I receive that honorary degree, I suspect I will not have to go to Michael's and buy the frame later this afternoon. I look forward to hearing from the various panel members today. I think there are a number of serious questions that we have to ask. It is important that we understand exactly how TARP funds have been used in the unprecedented restructuring of our U.S. automakers, Chrysler and GM, and the specific roles played by the administration and others in the negotiations. As many know, the TARP program has never been quite as advertised. What was supposed to be a toxic asset purchase program somehow overnight morphed into a capital purchase program under the previous administration. What was a program that was ostensibly designed for financial firms is clearly now being used to rescue auto manufacturers. This raises a number of serious questions, and for many Americans, a program that was originally intended to stabilize markets during a time of economic crisis with taxpayer protection paramount, disappointingly now appears to be nothing more than a $700 billion revolving bailout fund used to promote the administration's political, social, and economic goals. Clearly, one of the most questionable uses of taxpayers' money under TARP has been the administration's handling of the bankruptcies of GM and Chrysler, which now has involved the commitment of at least $80 billion of taxpayer money. In the case of Chrysler, bondholders with the most senior claims saw their claims reduced substantially, while junior creditors like the UAW Retiree Benefits Trust were given far more preferential treatment. The UAW, as we know, now effectively owns Chrysler, with its trust fund ending up with a 55% stake. The UAW claims are clearly an integral part of the bankruptcy negotiations and will remain an integral part of Chrysler in the future. So it is most unfortunate that as I look at the witness list today, there is no representative of the UAW scheduled to testify to help shed light on how this ownership stake came to be. Somewhat in their defense, I am informed that the invitation from our Congressional Oversight panel went out just last week, although it was an item of discussion for many weeks. Having said that, I'm still disappointed. As a member of Congress, I know that Mr. Gettelfinger, who heads the UAW, appeared on numerous occasions in front of numerous committees, including my own, asking for taxpayer assistance. Clearly, he was able to rearrange his schedule to come ask for the TARP money, but now that he has received it, it appears that neither he nor his representatives can be found to help account for these funds. Another troublesome aspect of the Chrysler restructuring deal is the alleged pressuring by Treasury officials of senior secured bondholders to abandon their fiduciary responsibilities to investors, which included teachers, school endowments, and major pension and retirement plans of working Americans, to accept less than what they would typically be entitled under bankruptcy law. Even more disturbing is that there seemed to be a clear contrast between the reluctance of several non-TARP recipient creditors to accept less than what many viewed as their historic fair share, and the acquiescence of TARP recipient creditors to consent to Treasury's proposed deal, which gave them 29 cents on the dollar. In the case of GM, the UAW was again given preferential treatment over bondholders with similar claims. Their bondholders exchanged $27 billion in unsecured debt for what will likely remain a 10% common equity interest, while the UAW exchanged $20 billion in claims for a 17.5% common equity interest, plus billions in preferred shares. I fear that this rather unorthodox reordering of rights is not only unfair, but may have a chilling and far-reaching consequences on our capital and bond markets. Investors fearful of entering into contracts that may later be abrogated will surely price this risk into the premiums they require. Ironically, TARP was put in place to help make credit flow again, and instead it may have exactly the opposite effect by creating disincentives to participate in markets. At a time when our nation's unemployment rate has hit a 26-year high, this is unacceptable. And as TARP programs continue to create market distortions and discourage private sector support, they enhance what is proving to be an enduring role of government in business. The United States government and the taxpayers now own almost 61% of GM. Now, I'm glad that Mr. Bloom from the President's Auto Task Force has agreed to join us today. The Congressional Oversight Panel has responsibility to find out how and when the administration plans to unwind its ownership of GM and return the money to the hands of the taxpayer where it belongs. I remain fearful, though, that the decisions of Treasury, that the decisions they have made will become part of our national heritage and unfortunately may enshrine us as a bailout nation, help politicize our economy, and hinder our economic recovery. I am confident, though, that the panel will carry out its oversight duty to thoroughly investigate the dealings of all parties involved in the Chrysler and GM bankruptcies, and I look forward to hearing from the witnesses.
Thank you, Congressman Hensarling. We have 7 witnesses testifying before us today, and we hope this will give us a full opportunity to get answers to all of our questions. We reached out to a number of individuals and organizations who could not be with us today, including the UAW, JP Morgan Chase, and the lead attorneys for the dissatisfied creditors. We look forward to hearing from the creditors, from the witnesses who are with us today. And I'd like to call our first witness, Ron Bloom, if you could join us. Mr. Bloom is Senior Advisor to the Secretary of the Treasury and the head of the President's Auto Task Force. Mr. Bloom, if you could, I will ask you to hold your remarks to 5 minutes, but your entire written statement will become part of the record. Mr. Bloom, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson Warren, Representative Hensarling. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. On behalf of the Obama administration and its Auto Task Force, I am here to report on the restructurings of General Motors and Chrysler. As you know, the new GM and the new Chrysler have recently emerged from bankruptcy and are now operating as independent companies. While this process has been very difficult, it has resulted in 2 great American companies being given a new lease on life and has kept hundreds of thousands of Americans working. During the bankruptcy proceedings, every affected stakeholder had a full opportunity to have his or her claim heard, and every creditor will almost certainly receive more than they would have had the government not stepped in. I want to make clear from the outset that this is a situation that neither the President nor his administration invited. Only a few months ago, both of these companies came to the government in a state of complete insolvency, facing almost certain liquidation without further government support. Despite this, President Obama decided that he could only justify providing additional taxpayer dollars if the companies fundamentally restructured their businesses, which meant real and painful sacrifices from all their stakeholders, from workers and retirees to dealers, suppliers, and communities. In addition, the President gave his Auto Task Force the clear directive to take a commercial approach to these restructurings and refrain from intervening in the day-to-day decisions of the companies. He did this because the long-term viability of these companies and their ability to repay the government's investment would be seriously undermined if the government became involved in individual business decisions. In only a few months, both companies have achieved a degree of restructuring that many thought impossible. After proceeding through open bankruptcy processes, they have now emerged stronger and more capable of competing as global companies. The companies are now being run by their management teams under the direction of new, independent, world-class boards of directors. As is appropriate given these developments, the task force will be shifting its focus largely to monitoring the taxpayers' investment as we move forward. Whenever a company as large and interconnected as GM or Chrysler is fundamentally restructured, The costs in economic and human terms are substantial. However, completely avoiding these costs would have required an unacceptably large amount of taxpayer resources. Therefore, for both companies, this meant substantial sacrifices for all stakeholders. Sizable reductions in their workforces, plant footprints, and dealer networks. Substantial reductions in the claims of secured and unsecured creditors. Significant reductions in compensation and benefits for active employees and health care benefits for retirees. Leaving behind a variety of unsecured claims, including on product liability and workers' compensation, a decision the companies made on a commercial basis. I also want to emphasize the importance that our team has placed on transparency and accountability. The task force has conducted broad outreach over the past several months to affected stakeholders, industry experts, and other constituencies that have requested such meetings to ensure that we have been as inclusive as possible. And because the investments made by both the prior and current administration to support the auto companies have come from the TARP, the task force and its staff activities have been subject to the full range of disclosure and reporting requirements under the EESA statute. In addition to reporting to this committee, this includes oversight by the GAO, ESA's Financial Stability Oversight Board, the Special Inspector General for TARP or SIG-TARP, as well as required reporting to multiple House and Senate committees. Also, to date, I have testified before the Senate Banking Committee and the House Judiciary Committee. We have had dozens of meetings with members of Congress and their staff, as well as almost constant telephonic communication with them. The Auto Task Force will continue to be as responsive as possible to the requests of these entities to ensure thorough transparency and accountability for our actions. Finally, the administration has articulated principles that will govern its approach to managing ownership interests in the automotive companies and protect taxpayer dollars. First, the government has no desire to own equity in companies any longer than necessary and will seek to dispose of its ownership interests as soon as practicable. Second, the government will protect the taxpayer's investment by managing its ownership stake in a hands-off commercial manner. And finally, as a common shareholder, the government will only vote on core governance issues, including the selection of a company's board of directors and major corporate events or transactions. Together, these principles will help maximize the return taxpayers will receive on their funds. In a better world, the choice to intervene would not have had to occur. But amidst the worst economic crisis in 3/4 of a century, the administration's actions avoided a devastating liquidation and put a stop to the long practice of kicking hard problems down the road. While difficult for all stakeholders involved, these transactions provide new GM and new Chrysler with an extraordinary second chance and a very real opportunity to succeed and prosper in the years ahead. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bloom. I appreciate your being here today. You started your remarks with the note that sacrifices have been required of all the stakeholders in this effort to reorganize the automobile industry. And I'd like to start my questions along the same line. As I understand it, in order to receive taxpayer assistance, the two automobile companies have had to come up with a new business plan. They've had to replace at least some senior management. They've forced creditors to take losses, and they have largely wiped out their shareholders. As I also understand it, in order to receive TARP funds, none of those same requirements have been made of the financial institutions, even though the amount of money at stake is about 2.5 times more. So I wonder if we could begin this process with some explanation of why these restrictions were demanded of the auto industry and not of the banking industry.
Well, Madam Chairman, I really can't speak about what was the determinations that were made relative to the banking institutions. My responsibility has been to work with the President's Auto Task Force. I think the situations facing the banks are quite different, but honestly, our sole focus over the past 4 or 5 months has been on the auto companies, and so I'm happy to try to give you as much understanding as I can about how we approach that matter, but in terms of comparing it to what was done with the banks, that's really not something I'm in a position to do.
So no sense of how the two industries either are different from each other or the role of insisting on some reorganization in order to protect taxpayer investments?
I've had my hands full trying to wrestle with two very large troubled auto companies, and that takes up 21 hours of the day, and the rest I reserve to myself.
Well, in that case, I'll ask you more about what you've said about your efforts with the auto industry. I want to understand two phrases that seem to be somewhat in tension with each other. I hear you and others discuss many times the need for a change in culture in the auto industry. And at the same time, I hear you and heard you in your testimony today describing your role as hands-off. So I'm curious how it is if you see change in culture as a central ingredient for reviving the industry and protecting the taxpayer investment, how you see that as consistent with a hands-off approach to managing the government's investment?
Well, that's a fair question. Let me try to answer it. I think we tried to do three separate things as we approached our work. The first was we tried to facilitate and effectuate a financial restructuring, a reordering of the balance sheet to help the company relieve itself of liabilities that its current profit potential were simply unable to bear. The second thing we did is, working with the management, we insisted that there be an operational restructuring so that the companies were able to make profit at a lower level of sales and make more profit at higher levels of sales than they historically had. And that was an insistence that the presidents made that I spoke about that was a condition to advancing the additional government funds. In terms of the third leg of the stool, the cultural change, which I absolutely agree with you is central to effectuating a turnaround. I think what we did there largely is to bring in the case of Chrysler, an entirely new, and in the case of GM, a significantly new board of directors of people of extraordinary accomplishment in the private sector, people who have had experience effectuating turnarounds, and have tasked them with the responsibility of overseeing the management so that this culture change, which you refer to and which we would agree is very important, is in fact effectuated. I would also note that in the case of Chrysler, the entire management team is new, and in the case of General Motors, many of the senior managers are no longer with the company, and the management team is certainly a lot smaller than it was, and we are very hopeful that the new management team at Chrysler will be committed to the culture change that you spoke of, and we're confident it will. We're very hopeful at General Motors as well, but we have a lot of faith that the new board of directors that's been put in place will be very vigilant in pursuing that objective.
Thank you, Mr. Bloom. My time is up. Congressman Henserling?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Bloom, I could barely see you there.
Yeah, it's better we can look at each other.
Mr. Bloom, the first question I have, the first tranche of assistance to the automakers came from the previous administration. But knowing how often this administration has broken with the policies of the previous administration, what is the legal authority that you cite for the continued infusions of TARP money that took place prior to the Chapter 11 reorganizations?
I don't think this administration breaks with the prior administration just to do it. I think it does it where it believes a change is appropriate. And on this particular matter, we think the finding that the prior administration made, that under the statute these companies are eligible, is a finding that this administration concurs with and made as well.
And refresh my recollection, that specific finding, is that finding by whom? Is this something from the
By the Secretary of I'm sorry, I apologize.
So it's an interpretation by the Secretary of
By the Secretary of Treasury in consultation.
Okay, and that is the legal authority y'all rely upon, correct?
Yeah, well, under the statute, yes.
Okay. Given that the taxpayer has become an involuntary investor in Chrysler and GM, is it the intent of the government and your auto task force to ensure that they receive the same disclosure of any public company, that they as shareholders would receive all proper disclosures?
Neither of these companies today are public companies in the
Correct.
traditional sense we use the word, meaning their stock is traded on a recognized exchange.
But will the taxpayer
No, I'm
receive
going to answer your question. On the other hand, we have insisted, and the companies have both agreed, that they will be making periodic reports to shareholders, if you will, but to the government, and that will be publicly available on a quarterly basis. They will be filing as voluntary filers under the SEC, not immediately but shortly, but immediately and quarterly they will be making regular reports, yes. I'm sorry, just to clarify, to be clear, as you know, the old General Motors is still a public company, but I was speaking about the new GM.
Correct, correct. For a lot of observers, clearly, again, TARP crossed a threshold when funds were invested into what many would view as a non-financial firm. The New York Times recently wrote, I believe just a few days ago on the 25th, and the New York Times is not known for being a bastion of conservative thought, wrote, quote, "Why, after all, should the automakers receive the equivalent of a Technicolor Dreamcoat, giving them favorite son status when other industries like airlines and retailers also have suffered from the national recession," unquote. I come from Dallas, Texas. Two of the nation's leading airlines, American Airlines, Southwest Airlines, are headquartered in our greater Dallas-Fort Worth metroplex. And so it does beg a question. I know of very few firms, industries, sectors that aren't hurting in this economy. And so once you got out of the financial realm into the automakers, would the administration come to the rescue of American Airlines and Southwest Airlines if they fell upon economic hard times?
I can't answer a hypothetical about what might happen. I can answer only that the administration and the prior administration believed that the centrality of the automobile industry to the broader economy justified this intervention. You know, what would happen down the road is, I think, something that would have to be evaluated when, as, and if it happened.
And what would be that criteria, or in your position at the Auto Task Force, you would not necessarily be privy to that information?
Yeah, again, my responsibility is for autos, so I guess it's possible someone would ask my opinion about airlines, but I don't anticipate it.
As part of the restructuring of Chrysler, I believe I have my facts right, I believe that Fiat has the opportunity to increase their equity stake. I believe it's from 20 to 35% for, among other things, producing a domestic car that can achieve 40 miles per gallon. I think I have my facts right, and if so, Mr. Bloom, what does that have to do with financial stability? Why doesn't that instead speak to the President's global warming initiatives, which is an interesting debate to have, but I'm curious, what does it have to do with financial stability in our markets?
Just a very minor correction. Fiat, you are essentially correct. Fiat has 20, they can move to 35. There are 3 different metrics. The one you cite is one of them. It would get them an additional 5%, but you are essentially right, and let me answer your question. The judgment was made that producing a high-mileage car would be helpful to the company's long-term viability. And Fiat, one of the things they, if you will, bring to the party is very advanced technology, particularly in the area of small cars. And so what we were trying to do is build an incentive for Fiat to bring that technology, or Chrysler to avail itself of that technology as quickly as possible. The judgment being that in order for Chrysler to be successful in the long term, a fully balanced product portfolio, including high-mileage cars, was critical to its long-term success. So the reason was based on a judgment about what Chrysler needed to be long-term successful and trying to align their interests with Fiat's.
Thank you. I see I'm way past my time limit.
Yes, you are. I'd lost track. I was interested in the question. If I can, Mr. Bloom, you pointed out that an essential tool for changing the culture is not only the new management team, but the new board of directors. And I just want to ask a few questions about the role of the members. For the directors appointed by the government, are there any restrictions on the role that these directors will play, or do they play a role just like any other director? I raise this because of the special relationship that we must probe between the government and the ongoing management of the company.
Let me try to be responsive, and if I'm missing something, maybe you can help me. But let me say that our expectation is that these people will act as directors must act, which is to say fiduciaries for the shareholders, unrestricted in their ability to do that. There is no checking with government. There is no look back. There is no special reporting. They are there to do the job of every other director on any company that a director serves on.
All right, that's what it was that I just wanted to clarify. If the question was inartful, the answer was nonetheless responsive. But that means then it takes me to another part of the corporate governance structure, and that is the notion that ultimately boards of directors are responsive to shareholders. And if, as I understand it, both VEBA and the government intend to be hands-off here, does that mean to the extent there is shareholder influence in the operation of this business, that it will be essentially representing about 10% of the equity of General Motors in its influence over the major decisions to be taken?
Let me take the GM case and see if I can help, see if I can be responsive. As you correctly suggest, the bondholders will have 10%, although they do have warrants to purchase an additional 15, could grow to 25, but still a small number. The VEBA has 17.5, could grow to 20 with a very, very highly priced option as well. U.S. government 60.8 and the Canadian government the balance. It is our intention as the government that we will vote those shares on the re-election of the Board of Directors. So if, for whatever reason, there is an issue with the board, the government would be able to exercise its influence there. But that will be, but the shareholder right, if you will, is quite narrowly circumscribed only to the election of the directors, and that would be the full extent of it. So I think there is, while that is not 100% traditional in terms of how one might think of a large shareholder, the decision that was made was that that on the one hand, there is obviously an expectation that there's a huge amount of taxpayer resources at stake here and they need to be protected. On the other hand, we are very eager to dispose of these shares as soon as is practicable and to provide these companies with access to private capital markets. And so balancing all those things, the judgments were made to exercise our governance rights as we are.
So if I'm understanding this, then you're telling me that having appointed a certain number of directors, that the government, in effect, will now recede from the field until the next time that the directors are up for election, and then it will make, in effect, a binary decision, yes, no, on these directors, or replacing them with directors that the government is more comfortable with.
Yes.
Is that the process?
I think that's a fair description of it, yes.
All right, good. I think that's good. Instead of opening up another line of questions, I'll just go to you, Congressman Henserling.
Mr. Bloom, I'm still trying to make sense, I guess economic sense more than bankruptcy law sense. Our chair certainly has far greater expertise as a professor in the area than I do, but on a before and after basis, again, how is it possible that the UAW VEBA unsecured creditors received a greater distribution of proceeds than Chrysler senior secured creditors or the GM bondholders? Regardless of whether it was legal, I think it is certainly highly unprecedented, and I continue to be curious about the matter.
Okay. I don't, as you acknowledge, it is perfectly legal. The courts have scrutinized this extensively, and no one has found any problem with it. In terms of its precedential quality, let me refer you to the bankruptcies of the steel companies in the turn of the prior decade, in which something I happen to have been quite involved in, and and in that case as well, there was a huge difference in the recovery that the VEBAs were able to receive versus the creditors. Likewise, I would point you in Chrysler to the recovery received by the suppliers and the recovery received by the warranty holders. And it all stems from the same basic fact, which is that the new buyer of these assets made a commercial decision that to enter into contracts with its suppliers, to assume the warranty claims of past warranty holders. In those two cases, it made a commercial judgment that in order to be a successful business enterprise, to not provide a recovery to warranty holders, who are, for most companies, the most logical buyers of the next vehicle, would be an illogical commercial judgment. Likewise, the suppliers, it's difficult to make cars if you don't have steering wheels, and so the company decided that providing essentially ordinary course payment to its supply base through the entirety of the bankruptcy proceeding, and therefore leaving them essentially unimpaired, was a wise commercial decision which the government agreed with. Likewise with the UAW, the company engaged in a very difficult arm's length bargain with its labor union. And as part of that bargain, the union decided that its active workers would take reductions in their pay and benefits. There were a variety of other changes made in work rules in other areas, but through that hard-fought bargain, the UAW also said that we want New Chrysler to have a VEBA to take care of the people who used to work for old Chrysler. And New Chrysler made a commercial decision that without a skilled workforce, it would be very difficult for the company to operate, and so they got the UAW to take as small amount as they could in that process. And that was the commercial judgment that the company made, which the...
But Mr. Bloom, when you talk about New Chrysler, New GM,
Yep.
I mean, we're still talking the federal government and the UAW substantially, correct?
I'm sorry, the last part of your sentence?
When you're
Still
talking
talking
about
about-
New GM and New Chrysler, that the management made this decision.
Yes.
Two observations. Number one, they're representing the federal government and they're representing the UAW. So to some extent, the old becomes the new, number one. And number two, I'm not convinced that somebody using their own money would have made this same deal as opposed to using the taxpayer money.
I'm not sure I understand you mean that they were representing the UAW. They were adverse to the UAW in the proceeding. I mean, there was an arm's length bargain between the management and the UAW. So I don't think they were representing.
And that's how they ended up with 55%.
That's how they represented. Number one. Number two, in terms of whether a private sector individual would do it, that's a matter of speculation. But again, I would recommend you to the steel bankruptcies where private sector individuals did come in and put their own private sector money at risk. And in fact, the relative amount that the VEBAs received in the steel bankruptcies was more like 40 and 50 times what the unsecured creditors received. So I don't find it at all out of line. But I've been doing a lot of bankruptcies over a lot of years, and I think most of the participants of the bankruptcy didn't find it out of line, but perhaps others would.
Thank you. Could we turn for just a minute to GMAC? How's GMAC performed as a reliable source of credit for GM, Chrysler dealers and consumers so far?
Well, obviously, the entire sector is troubled, and obviously, people in general aren't buying as many cars, but I think we are satisfied that GMAC has done as good a job as it could under the circumstances. There was obviously this very large and complex transfer of the Chrysler dealers to GMAC, which we believe was handled largely, there's a hiccup here and there, but I think was handled largely well. Certainly there are individual dealers, individual consumers who have complaints about the company, and that would be true of any financial institution. But I think we feel by and large that GMAC, while facing its own challenges, is doing a good job of providing credit to both consumers and dealers.
Do you know, is GMAC still the preferred financing option for most purchasers? has its percentage shifted during 2009?
There certainly were periods, well, no, not relative to GMAC. There were periods with Chrysler Financial where there was some movement away from it. But I'm not aware, and I can get back to you with more detail, or maybe we can direct those questions directly to GM. But to my knowledge, the percentage of consumer purchases that GMAC is doing both before and after is not very different. The only area where you might see a decline is GMAC was in the leasing business. It has gone out of the leasing business, and there is a percentage of buyers of cars who are sort of lease specific, and so those guys therefore obviously are not getting their financing from GMAC. But other than that, I think the straight purchases, to my knowledge, are roughly the same, but I can certainly get you more detail on that.
And so far as you know, the rates are still competitive that GM is asking for? I'm just trying to get a sense.
Yeah,
of
versus the private markets, we're not aware of any rate discrepancy versus the banks or others who might be providing auto credit.
Do you have any concerns about the interconnectedness between GMAC and the two auto companies in the sense of a sort of double exposure here, one industry that's trying to make and sell cars, another that's having to rely on the credit of households that are facing their own difficulties with rising rates of unemployment,
Right.
And other financial stress. I just want to focus for a minute on whether it is, having approached it from one angle, and that is GMAC adequately supportive of the two car companies? It's really from the other direction. Does it bring added risk to the table for the long-term success of the overall enterprise?
Right. I mean, there's no question that GMAC's future is importantly dependent on there being a healthy car industry. But likewise, the dilemma is the car industry's future is dependent on there being a reliable and healthy GMAC. So whether we like it or not, the two are integrally committed.
Can I actually press on that, though, just a bit, Mr. Bloom, because I really do want to understand this. Is it that the auto industry relies on the availability of credit in general and more consumers who can afford to buy cars and ultimately then to pay off their loans? Or is it that it relies specifically on GMAC? And if it's the latter, can you just fill that in a bit on why that would be so?
No, that's a fair question. Certainly the first part of your question is correct. Roughly 80 to 90% of car purchases are financed. So that's undeniably true. GMAC just has very, very large market share. I mean, obviously, remember, not too many years ago, GMAC was a wholly owned subsidiary of General Motors, and then it was spun off to be a minority, and then obviously in the course of these additional capital injections, General Motors' interest has declined and will continue to decline. But nevertheless, GMAC has a very high percentage of the overall market, if you will, for purchasers of GM cars. And so the dilemma would be, while it is theoretically possible that all those consumers could find their way to alternative financing sources, I think in any reasonable period of time that wouldn't have happened. All the other car companies, Ford as well as the transplants, also have their own, and they have their own fully captive finance companies. So certainly there are big banks who are in the business of providing consumers with financing to buy cars and providing dealers. Credit unions do it. But collectively, all of them don't equal what GMAC provides to GM. And so I think the decision was that if you took that away all at once, you would have an enormously disruptive impact on the company's ability to sell cars and its dealers' ability to buy cars, which is obviously critical.
If I might just follow up with one more question, even though I'm beyond my time, but it's the appropriate moment to ask. If I can, then let me ask the question just at one more turn of this analysis, and that is GMAC then really an integrated part of the two auto industries? You rightly point out, for many, many decades, it was merely the financing operations so that the industry could sell on credit. And when it became very profitable, it was spun off into its own separate entity. And I'm just really asking functionally, is it now truly part of the auto, part of the two companies that we're trying to revive here, an internal part of them?
Well, it is, I would argue, it's less a part of than it used to be. I mean, you know, Ford...
In what sense economically? I understand the
Economically,
point
the
legally.
ownership-
I understand
Yeah.
the legal distinction.
Well,
but I'm
no, but-
asking the economic question.
No, because the shareholders get the economic upside, and now there's a 100%. I mean, there was always an arm's length dealing between the companies and the people who loan money to the finance companies insisted on that, but now there's also the economic incentive of a completely different shareholder group. So,
And is that good or bad? That's the evaluation
Well,
I'm asking you for. You
yeah.
are running the whole show
right.
here.
Well, we're not running the show, but I think that remains to be written. Our belief is that separate entities, obviously connected by the nexus they have, but separate companies can be successful. I mean, the car companies have a lot of suppliers who are integral to their future and their life who are not owned by the car companies. They're key suppliers who provide them steering wheels and all kinds of things they don't own. So we don't feel that it is essential that GMAC be owned, but obviously the two companies are connected, no question about that.
Thank you, Mr. Bloom. I thank your indulgence. Congressman Hensarling.
Mr. Bloom, on the way in from the airport last evening, the first auto facility that I saw on my way to the hotel I stayed at was a Ford facility. You brought them up in your earlier answer. Now, Chrysler and GM sought TARP funds. They received TARP funds. Ford has not. Ford has, I assume, a very significant debt service that they have to handle. How is it wise economic policy to have a subsidized GM and a subsidized Chrysler compete with a non-subsidized Ford, and if another catastrophe occurs and Ford's financial fortunes turn south, is the administration going to come in and rescue them with TARP funds?
Well, obviously, it does pose a dilemma. The administration did make clear to all three of the companies in the course of this process that if they came forward, their requests for assistance would be evaluated. Two companies came forward and requested it. Ford did not come forward and request it. I think Ford is going to have to determine what its best future is and whether or not they feel they can compete. I think, at least reading the public media, that Ford believes that the decision to provide assistance to GM and Chrysler was a good one. I think they've been supportive of it, so I take it that they know how to represent their own interest, and so this does not seem to be something that they think shouldn't have been done. As to what the future may hold, again, I don't have a crystal ball, and what the facts and circumstances are at the time will determine, I think, how a request from Ford would be evaluated. So I can't speculate on that. Obviously, right now, Ford believes, they've stated it publicly, so I'm only simply restating their public statements, that they believe they can make it through without any government assistance, and we obviously...
But one could argue, and I do not pretend to be an expert in the automobile industry, but one could argue, could they not, that the federal government has subsidized two failing business models and thus harming a competitor that has a successful business model. And arguably, had Chrysler and GM been allowed to go through, let's say, a more natural Chapter 11 process, perhaps Ford would gain even more market share. And I'm wondering if the federal government might actually contribute to the economic demise of Ford.
Well, it's obviously possible that if these companies went into uncontrolled bankruptcies and the likely liquidation that would have followed, it is possible Ford would have done better on that versus what's happened. Again, I can't speculate about what might have been. As I said, I do know that Ford felt like, as stated publicly, the assistance given was a good idea. I think they were deeply concerned about the integrity of the supply base and sending many, many suppliers into bankruptcy, which the liquidation of GM and Chrysler most assuredly would have done. In addition, would have caused bankruptcies that would have affected the transplants as well. Again, it's possible that a different future could have been written differently. There's no question that GM and Chrysler were failing companies. I think that's absolutely true. And the government offered the smallest amount of assistance that it could consistent with giving these companies a second chance, believing that the overall impact on the economy of an uncontrolled bankruptcy and a liquidation which would have followed was far, far worse for the overall economy. That's a judgment that was made.
Mr. Bloom, let me ask you another question on how we arrived here. Did you or do you have knowledge of any member of the auto task force encouraging a TARP recipient or other creditor to support Chrysler and GM's Section 363 sales?
I'm not sure. If the question is whether an approach was made to a TARP recipient that suggested that because they are TARP recipients, they ought to do one thing or the other, the answer is absolutely not.
So you're speaking on behalf of yourself, and are you also speaking on behalf of the administration when you assert that?
Yeah, this is a matter that I was asked about in deposition, and so in preparation for my deposition, I did extensive questioning of all the people who were involved in this matter on behalf of the
And that includes Mr.
administration.
Ratner, who is now departed?
It absolutely includes Mr. Ratner.
See, my time is up. Okay.
I'd like to ask some questions about exit, Mr. Bloom. Milestones, so that we can see that we're making progress toward exit. Let me start there rather than with the exit itself. When can we expect to see some timelines and actually just the articulation of what the milestones are and when we expect to hit those milestones as we go forward in this reorganization process?
Well, two things. On General Motors, I think we have publicly said, and our expectation is, subject to an enormous change in our view of what the markets are like and where the company is. Our expectation is that GM will be able to undertake an initial public offering, an IPO, sometime in 2010. So at that point, the stock will then again trade on an exchange. I would think as part of that IPO, it is certainly possible the government will be selling some of their shares into that IPO. It's possible there will be primary shares too, but that'll be determined at the time. So there you will see and be able to sort of get a first look at the new GM in the public markets. In terms of the articulation of a specific timeline following that, at this time, the decision has been made to not articulate a specific timeline, either a back end or milestones. And the reason was, again, these are all balancing acts. We have articulated the principle of as soon as is practicable. The judgment was made that to put out a more specific timeline would create an overhang in the market that would be deleterious to receiving the best price. So the idea will be that working with the company, market opportunities will be taken consistent with the principle I articulated of as soon as practicable. But to state a certain number of months or how much in any given month, the feeling was that that would create an overhang that would actually make it more difficult for the company's stock to trade well, and obviously, therefore, for the American taxpayers to get value for their investment.
Well, I got a little lost in the last part of the description. Between now and the IPO, will there be any milestones or markers so that we know we're on target to get our money back, to head toward that IPO?
Right. No, the answer is at this point there is no intention to put out specific milestones either now or in the future. Now again, that might change, but the current judgment is that the best way to get out as quickly as possible is not to commit to a defined schedule. So for instance, if the markets open up more in 2010 than we hope, we would obviously try to sell more in 2010 than what we might otherwise, but it's going to be based on the situation as it evolves.
Well, but I understand your point about wanting to take advantage of the markets if the markets open up more than you had otherwise anticipated, but does that mean that it's not possible to identify, for example, some kind of operational markers, that here are the signs? These are the signs we will see if the company is reviving.
Oh, I'm sorry.
These are the indications that good things are happening, or is this simply, it will be a black box until the moment we announce an IPO?
Well, as I responded earlier to the Congressman, the company will be reporting. So there will be a visibility quickly on a quarterly basis as to how the company's doing. So in the traditional sort of financial metrics, visibility will be available, I think, relatively soon. So we're not going to wait for the IPO to give people a peek as to how the company's doing. The company understands, because there are taxpayer dollars at stake, that giving the American people a periodic quarterly report card is proper and appropriate, and they will be doing that.
And just so I can, I'm sorry, before you go to the next point, I just want to be clear. You will be giving the same report card that any other company would be giving under the circumstances, any publicly traded company in America?
I want to clarify that. There will not be, in the absolute near future, there will not be a fully SEC-style report, but there will be a report, and obviously after there's an IPO, of course there will be SEC-style reporting.
And you expect it not to be full SEC-style reporting? Can you just give us an idea of in what ways it will be more constricted than an ordinary SEC report?
I think there are a whole variety of accounting issues that probably the company is best able to speak about that prevent the company from immediately being able to be fully compliant. But it is the intention to be fully compliant as quickly as is possible, and to provide as much information as the company can responsibly provide it on a quarterly basis.
So if I understand you, it may be that the first quarterly report would not be a full SEC-style report, but by the second or third,
again, I'm not going to. Yeah, I don't want to put. I don't want to give you a false impression. I can't today tell you whether it will be the second or the third. But clearly, we have articulated, and the company has agreed, that as quickly as possible, we expect them to be SEC compliant.
Will it be possible to give us some idea of what kinds of metrics are to be in the reports? I understand that you say it won't be a full SEC-style report, but
I think
what items will be covered so that we know what to anticipate?
Yeah, without giving you an exhaustive list, I think you can expect to see traditional measures of revenue and profitability that a normal investor would want to know about.
All right. And if I can, let me ask the question then, if we roll the clock out a bit farther. I think I'm past time. Do you mind if I ask one more question? Thank you, Jeff. And that is, at the end, when the end is the wrong word, let me start that over. After the IPO and the government has hopefully receded from the field here, how will we know if the taxpayers' investment was a success? What are the appropriate measures of ultimate success for this extraordinary investment?
Well, let me just be sure I didn't mislead you. We would not expect to sell the entire stake in the IPO, so I just want to clarify that point. But nevertheless, your
but
question...
I presume
your
ultimately
question is,
we hope to sell the entire stake.
Not we hope to,
So
we
I'm saying,
will.
in addition to the fact that it will be a successful day when our share is gone
Right.
and out of government hands, I'm really asking a different question. For this extraordinary investment, how will we measure success?
Well, I think success will be measured in the way that one, as a taxpayer, would expect it to be measured, and that is to say the taxpayers put a lot of money up and they want their money back. And so the greater percentage of the money that we invested that we get back, the greater the success. That's clearly the primary measure. This was taxpayer money, and it needs to be gotten back. In the case of the debt, paid back. In the case of the stock, gotten back by virtue of the sale. And obviously also over time, whether these companies have addressed the long-term problems that we identified, which is to say, a declining market share, a poor profitability profile, not growing in terms of their ability to provide good, stable jobs, so keeping the promises they make to their stakeholders. So I think all those things which you would always judge a company on, we would expect to, but first and foremost, taxpayers want their money back.
Thank you, Mr. Bloom. Congressman?
Mr. Bloom, you mentioned the term stakeholder in your answer there, and I believe in your testimony you spoke about how every stakeholder in the GM and Chrysler reorganizations were heard. I want to have our panel hear from a few of them now. These are letters, correspondence, statements that I received in my office, some dating back a month or two ago or maybe 2 or 3 months ago, from GM bondholders. This one comes from Jim Graves, former GM employee, currently an independent software developer in Florida. Quote, I have worked for General Motors and Ford Motor Company and am currently an independent software developer. I'm speaking out on behalf of my mother, an 80-year-old retired GM employee and small bondholder. Both my mother and I have over $100,000 in GM bonds. My mother uses the interest from the bonds for retirement income, and I plan to do the same when I retire. We are here to urge the Obama administration to listen to our concerns and treat us fairly in the GM restructuring. Bondholders, especially small bondholders, are being ignored in negotiations and singled out to bear the lion's share of the cost of restructuring in GM. Chris Crow, an electrician and home inspector in Denver, quote, I'm a retired electrician from Denver, Colorado. I'm not rich and I'm not a Wall Street bank. These bonds finance my son's college tuition and my retirement. I'm actually very concerned about not getting a check on May 15th from my bonds because I need this money to pay my property taxes. When the administration refuses to meet with the bondholders or chooses to wipe them out, they're wiping me out and lots of others like me. We are Main Street, not Wall Street. Who is looking out for our interest? Mr. President, please protect us. And I've got probably 20 more on my BlackBerry that I could read from there. I guess the question is, Mr. Bloom, why would not one reasonably conclude that if you are a hard-working American and your retirement got invested in GM bonds, but you didn't have a special relationship with the UAW, you fared worse than the UAW?
Well, first thing, let me say that I've received numerous of those letters as well, and there is obviously no easy way to speak to anybody who had a promise broken by General Motors. Lots and lots of people had promises broken. The company was insolvent. That is fundamental to the facts.
But some promises got broken more than other promises.
No, I think all the promises were dealt with on a commercial basis, which is to say that the company, and obviously the task force was involved in this, but the company looked at each of the stakeholders and made a judgment about what was the minimum required of taxpayer dollars that had to be provided in order to reorganize General Motors. And the bondholders obviously did better than they would have had the government not stepped in, but did worse than they would have had the company not become insolvent. And that's true for every single stakeholder, and our judgment was, and obviously people can question it, but our judgment was that all of these stakeholders were treated in a commercial way. Not a nice story, a terrible story, and there are many, many more like that. But the alternative was either we liquidate the company, and I think the devastation would have been multiples of that, or all promises get met, in which case the taxpayer investment would have been multiples.
And Mr. Bloom, why do you conclude that liquidation was the only alternative?
To what was done?
Yes, the leveraging of TARP funds in this particular Chapter 11. Why wasn't a Chapter 11 reorganization without the use of TARP funds? Why was that not possible?
Our analysis was there would have been no debtor in possession financing, and so if the company had to go into bankruptcy without debtor in possession financing, the case would have been quickly converted to a Chapter 7.
So it was the administration's analysis that that would not have taken place?
It was our analysis that there was no DIP financing available of the size required to reorganize and support General Motors.
Let me speak about another group of creditors, bondholders. Thomas Lauria, who is the global practice head of the Financial Restructuring and Insolvency Group at White & Case LLP, represented a group of senior secured creditors, including the Perella Weinberg Zerion Fund during the Chrysler proceedings. You're probably familiar with this matter. On May 3rd, New York Times reported, quote, in an interview with a Detroit radio host, Frank Beckham, Mr. Lauria said that the Perella Weinberg was directly threatened by the White House and in essence compelled to withdraw its opposition to the deal under threat that the full force of the White House press corps would destroy its reputation if it continued to fight. In a follow-up interview with ABC News' Jake Tapper, he identified Mr. Steve Ratner, the head of the Auto Task Force, as having told a Perella Weinberg official that the White House would embarrass the firm. Mr. Ratner is not here today. have you spoken to Mr. Ratner about this matter? And if so, do you know if Mr. Ratner represented to you that he denies the ABC story?
I have spoken to Mr. Ratner about the matter. As I said earlier, this was a subject on which I was deposed. I spoke to him extensively about it. He categorically denies Mr. Loria's allegation.
Might someone else in the White House have had similar conversations? Who else did you speak to besides Mr. Ratner?
I spoke to all the people in the administration who were directly involved in the matter.
Okay, so
And
everyone involved...
I didn't speak to every employee in the White House. Mr. Loria's allegation is that Mr. Ratner said it, and Mr. Loria is wrong. He's free to make allegations, but he happens in this case to be wrong.
I see I'm out of time.
Good. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Bloom. I appreciate your being here. The witness is excused.
Thank you.
And if we could call the second panel, please. The second panel is Jan Birch, Vice President and Treasurer of Chrysler, Walter Borst, Treasurer of General Motors, and Dr. Sean McClendon, Executive Vice President for Research and Chief Economist for the Center for Automotive Research in Ann Arbor. Welcome to all three of you. I will ask you, as we did with Mr. Bloom, we would be grateful if you could hold your oral remarks to 5 minutes. Your entire statement will become part of the record. If I could start with you, Ms. Birch.
Thank you. Members of the panel, thank you for the opportunity to discuss the financial assistance provided to the domestic automotive
You may want to pull that just a little bit closer, Ms. Birch.
Thank you. And specifically to Chrysler LLC and Chrysler Group LLC under the Automotive Industry Finance Program component of the TARP. My name is Jan Birch. I'm Senior Vice President for Chrysler Group LLC, a new company that purchased the principal operating assets of Chrysler LLC on June 10th, 2009 in a sale that was authorized by the United States Bankruptcy Court of the Southern District of New York. I would like to place my comments in context by describing a series of events that culminated in the United States Department of the Treasury providing a secured loan to the Chrysler Group LLC of approximately $7 billion in connection with the closing of that sale. In the fall of 2008, the economic downturn and global credit crisis hit the auto industry with full force. On December 2nd, 2008, Chrysler LLC, now known as Old Carco LLC, submitted a request to Congress for a $7 billion working capital bridge loan. On January 2nd, 2009, Old Carco received a $4 billion bridge loan from the United States Department of the Treasury, with a requirement that the company submit a restructuring plan to achieve its long-term viability, international competitiveness, and energy efficiency. Old Carco submitted its restructuring plan on February 17, 2009, based on achieving viability on a standalone basis, but noting that it had signed a non-binding letter of intent for a strategic alliance with Fiat that would greatly improve its long-term viability. The alternative to either a standalone plan or a strategic alliance was liquidation, which would result in tens of thousands of jobs lost at our company and its dealers across the country, and would jeopardize the entire domestic auto industry due to the dependence of OEMs on common suppliers. On March 30th, 2009, the President's Auto Task Force concluded that Old Carco needed a partner such as Fiat to succeed in the global automotive industry. Over the next 30 days, Old Carco worked to avoid bankruptcy by securing stakeholder concessions and reaching agreement on the terms of a strategic alliance that would enable the company to preserve U.S. jobs, develop more fuel-efficient vehicles, and expand its sales in international markets. Unfortunately, some of Old Carco's secured lenders did not agree to provide the required concessions, and Old Carco filed for bankruptcy on August 30th, 2009. Fortunately, concessions were achieved with other key stakeholders that enabled Old Carco, Fiat, and Chrysler Group LLC, a newly formed subsidiary of Fiat, to enter into a master transaction agreement on April 30th, 2009. The agreement called for Old Carco to transfer substantially all of its operating assets to Chrysler Group, for Chrysler Group to assume certain liabilities and pay Old Carco $2 billion in cash, and for Fiat to contribute to Chrysler Group access to competitive fuel-efficient vehicle platforms, certain technology, distribution capabilities in key growth markets, and substantial cost-saving opportunities. With bankruptcy approval, the transaction closed on June 10, 2009. Throughout this process, members of the task force and personnel from U.S. Treasury played a key role in facilitating negotiations between all parties. Primarily Old Carco, Fiat, the UAW, the CAW, and the VIBA, Cerberus and Daimler AG as owners and second lien holders, and the first lien lenders. It is my view that U.S. Treasury and the task force limited and targeted expenditure of taxpayer dollars in connection with Old Carco and Chrysler Group avoided a significant and potentially more costly disruption to the U.S. automotive industry and the U.S. economy. This limited and targeted approach is reflected also in the U.S. Treasury programs that benefit automotive suppliers, the Receivables Factoring Program, and consumers, the Warranty Protection Program. The U.S. government is now a shareholder or member in limited liability jargon in Chrysler Group LLC. The LLC operating agreement provides the members with certain rights, including the right to designate individuals to serve on a 9-member board of directors. Fiat designates 3 directors, one of whom must be independent. Canada designates 1 independent director. VIBA designates 1 director. And the U.S. Treasury designates 3 directors, at least 2 of whom must be independent, and then designates a 4th independent director. Major decisions require a majority vote of the board, including at least 1 Fiat director. Further, Chrysler Group is subject to extensive financial information reporting obligations to its members, which will allow the U.S. Treasury to monitor the development, implementation, and modification of the company's business plan.
Ms. Birch, if I could just stop you there.
Yes.
We'll have your written testimony.
Okay.
So that we'll be able to get to the questions, which is what we mostly do here. I'm going to ask, if you don't mind, if we go to our next person.
Okay, thank you for the invitation to appear before you today, and I look forward to your questions.
And we appreciate your being here. Mr. Borst?
Good morning, Chairwoman Warren and Representative Hensarling. I'm Walter Borst, Treasurer of General Motors Company. And I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to testify about how GM is reinventing our company and how a new GM will repay our nation's investment. Emerging from bankruptcy, we are a new company with less debt, a stronger balance sheet, with the right-sized manufacturing, product, and dealer network to match today's market realities. GM can now direct its full energy and resources to where it should be, on customers, cars, and culture. We are grateful for our nation's support. Without it, we would not have this second chance. Equally important are the many who have been called to sacrifice in order to create a new GM. We recognize the unprecedented level of government support and the pain caused by the bankruptcy process. For this reason, both the Obama and Bush administrations made it quite clear that they were reluctant investors. We were equally reluctant recipients. I can assure you, as GM Corporate Treasurer, that we pursued every possible alternative to raise funding and liquidity for General Motors, and every possible alternative to restructure the General Motors balance sheet out of court. However, a government-funded Chapter 11 bankruptcy was the best option to avoid the devastating economic consequences to our country if GM collapsed. Although GM was out of time and money to protect the taxpayers' interests, we had to deliver a plan to ensure we would never find ourselves in this position again. The direction we received from the President's Automotive Task Force was clear and to the point: To receive government funding and remain viable, GM had to complete a dramatic, fast restructuring across all parts of our business. We agreed. Over the last several months, we worked closely with the Automotive Task Force to revise our operating plan and identify and agree to the broad targets and overall components needed to create a viable GM. The Automotive Task Force did not tell us how to run our business or dictate the specific details of our plan. Rather, they exercised the due diligence as any purchaser of a business would. They questioned us and challenged us to ensure we had a robust and viable plan for GM. Created from the old GM's strongest operations in an asset sale approved by the U.S. Bankruptcy Court, the new GM will focus on 4 core brands in the U.S., Chevrolet, Cadillac, Buick, and GMC, with fewer nameplates and a more competitive level of marketing support per brand. We can concentrate all of our talent and resources on vehicles that do not merely compete, but lead their respective segments. The new GM will effectively close the competitive gap in active worker labor costs compared with transplant auto manufacturers. The new GM will more efficiently utilize U.S. capacity while increasing the percentage of U.S. sales manufactured domestically. The new GM will feature lower structural costs, enabling our North American region to break even on an adjusted EBIT basis at a U.S. total industry volume of approximately 10 million vehicles. The new GM will also achieve lower structural costs by further reducing 2009 salaried employment in North America from its year-end total of 35,000 to approximately 27,000, cutting executive ranks by 35%. The new GM will provide a higher level of customer service through a more focused U.S. network of approximately 3,600 dealers. The new GM will continue and increase GM's investment and leadership in fuel economy and advanced propulsion technologies. For example, GM will launch the Chevy Volt extended range electric vehicle in 2010 and will assemble advanced batteries in the United States. As a new company, we expect the regular interaction between the Automotive Task Force to now shift to a world-class board of directors under the leadership of Ed Whitaker. Mr. Whitaker and the board are committed to setting a standard of excellence for corporate governance, and we expect them to hold us fully accountable to deliver results. We want to be the best, most transparent private company, and will regularly report our results, issue 8Ks, and provide information to the government and the public to measure our progress. In closing, as Fritz Henderson, our president and CEO, has indicated, business as usual at GM is over. The last 100 days or so has shown everyone, including ourselves, that a company not known for quick action can, in fact, move very fast. We want to take the intensity, the decisiveness, and the speed of the last few weeks and transfer it to the day-to-day operation of the new company. This will be the new norm at General Motors. We must be accountable to perform and deliver winning results. Again, from this point on, our efforts are dedicated to customers, cars, culture, and paying back the taxpayers, both the loans and in creating value for shareholders. Through the taxpayers' support and sacrifice of many, GM will be great once again. We owe it to them to move forward deliberately. We owe it to them to succeed. Thank you very much, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Borst. Dr. McClendon?
Good morning, Dr. Warren and distinguished panel. My name is Sean McElinden. I am the Executive Vice President for Research and Chief Economist at the Center for Automotive Research, known as CAR, a nonprofit research organization located in Ann Arbor, Michigan. And I welcome the opportunity to speak with you today on the subject of the U.S. Treasury Department's Automobile Industry Financing Program. I should point out that our actual submitted testimony wasn't printed this morning with just my oral remarks, but I have provided it to the panel, and it's located on our website, cargroup.org. The automotive industry has long been and continues to be one of the most important sectors in the U.S. economy, employing 585,000 motor vehicle and parts manufacturing employees directly as of May 2009. In addition, the auto industry has one of the largest economic multipliers, if not the largest, of any industry or sector in the U.S. economy. And it's sufficiently large that its growth or contraction can directly cause measurable changes in gross domestic product. Twice in the last 9 months, CAR has estimated the potential impact of significant contractions in automotive employment and production as a result of the economic crisis in the United States. In November, CARP published a research memorandum that estimated that 2.5 to 3 million jobs would be lost in a major contraction of the Detroit 3 automakers. Of course, as you know, by May 2009, many of those jobs at the automakers were indeed gone, and the suppliers, about 145,000 direct U.S. motor vehicle and parts jobs were lost between November 2008 and May 2009. And obviously, many more jobs on top of those were lost in other sectors of the economy that directly supply the auto industry. In May, just this past May, CARP examined the impact on the U.S. economy of successful versus unsuccessful automaker bankruptcies here in Detroit. And even under the best case scenario, in the case of a planned, orderly, and well-executed bankruptcy, we estimate that 63,000 jobs will be lost by the end of this year, and that total will rise to 179,000 by the end of 2010 under planned restructuring. However, we have appeared to have avoided the worst case scenario, which was an unsuccessful bankruptcy process resulting in liquidation, as described by my colleagues here, fellow panelists. This would have resulted by the end of this year, we estimate, in a loss of 1.3 million U.S. jobs. This total, as the rest of the industry would adapt to the crisis and recover, would have fallen to roughly 447,000 by the end of 2010. CARP's estimates of state job loss found that impacts were geographically concentrated. About half the employment impact that, in the best case scenario, for example, occurred in just 5 states, Michigan, Tennessee, Ohio, Missouri, and Indiana. And these states, already hit hard by recession, would have suffered even more disastrous outcomes had the bankruptcies not gone so quickly and smoothly. Also, we believe, and many other economists believe, that a struggling U.S. economy might not have withstood the psychological impact of a complete collapse of GM and Chrysler, that the sudden and total loss of GM and Chrysler could have caused an economy-wide loss of confidence or even a panic and an inopportune time this fall in the nation's path to economic recovery. It certainly would have resulted in a crisis in U.S. manufacturing similar to the effect on the financial sector caused by the collapse of the Lehman Brothers Investment Bank. In fact, we call it an industrial Lehman Brothers outcome. CARP estimates that the government intervention resulting in successful bankruptcies at GM and Chrysler avoided a $114 billion loss in additional personal income, government transfer payment increases, foregone Social Security and personal income tax receipts in just the first 2 years, and more in succeeding years beyond that $114 billion. A simple cost-benefit analysis shows the 2-year public costs far outweigh the current public investment in these companies, even if the companies never repay the loans, which of course I believe they will. I can find no grounds, and my office can find no grounds for criticism for the actions taken by the members of the President Obama's Automotive Task Force, only grounds for the highest praise. Government, in the case of Chrysler and General Motors, was not the lender of last resort. It was the only resort. No other financing was available, and no process other than bankruptcy could have led to such dramatic reductions in fixed costs that had crippled these companies for so long. Since March, the planning and actions of the Automotive Task Force and also the Chrysler and GM management teams can be labeled only as masterful and unprecedented by any fair industry observer. The considerable concessions made by all parties were those that would have had the greatest impact on lowering levels of fixed costs, a major cause of the company's economic woes. In the case of GM, fixed costs are expected to drop in the next 3 to 4 years by $3,000 to $5,000 per vehicle, a remarkable achievement in a very short amount of time. And it's also worth noting, since this has come up, that while the relative sacrifices of debt holders in the UAW Viva Trust we think are comparable in the 67 to 79% range, that the UAW made far greater contribution in absolute dollar terms to the debt reduction at Chrysler and General Motors. At Chrysler, the UAW's $12.8 billion cut is 3.5 times the size of the secured debt holders' contribution, and at General Motors, the UAW's $43.8 billion sacrifice since 2005 is nearly twice that of the unsecured bondholders.
Dr. McClendon, I'm going to have
Okay.
to stop you there just so that we
Okay.
can make sure we stay on track here, although I appreciate this and I understand we will have a copy. We do have a copy now.
Right.
of your remarks, and they will become part of the written record.
Right.
Thank you very much. I actually want to start, not with the questions I prepared, but where this conversation has gone, and with the question raised by Congressman Henserling. Perhaps I could start with you on this, Mr. Borst. If there hadn't been government funding here, could you have reorganized in Chapter 11?
We don't believe so, ma'am. We did take a look to see if there would be other sources of debtor in possession financing, and there wasn't anything close to available what we would have needed to reorganize in Chapter 11.
You're saying the money just simply wasn't there, or wasn't there at the price you wanted to pay?
That wasn't there, period. And surely nowhere close to the size that was required. We did talk to some large institutions in this regard that, where this is their business, but given the size of our company and our needs, it was unavailable
Right.
at any price.
And you looked hard.
We looked very hard.
You looked hard.
We not only looked hard for that, but we looked hard to avoid Chapter 11 in the first place by trying to find additional financing outside of the bankruptcy, looked at asset sales outside the bankruptcy, looked at various partnership opportunities outside the bankruptcy. So we were very active in that regard, both before and in anticipation of the filing, to no avail.
Ms. Birch, could I ask the same question about Chrysler, please?
I would say much in the same situation. We could see the deterioration in the industry. We started out in 2008 with a SAR of over 15.5 million units. By the second half of 2008, that had dramatically dropped. At that time, we went out looking for other sources of funding for both our dealers and our consumers. And we went and talked to some of the strongest banks. People were, at that time, it was very difficult to secure any sort of financing for that. That obviously led to a great deterioration in our revenue, which resulted in us utilizing our cash resources to continue to operate the business. It was very clear to us, and through the outside independent bankruptcy consultants who we hired to work with us, that there was no funding available, and that liquidation was the only other alternative.
Thank you. Dr. McLendon, could I ask you to comment on this, please?
I think until recently, with the current reorganization of Lear, it might be the first large automotive firm to receive some sort of outside DIP money, I think on the order of $500 to $600 million, and I would have to guess, with some grounds of credibility, that the only reason they received, through the only firm in the last 6 months, to see the light of this kind of money was because the banks like J.P. Morgan saw that GM was reemerging successfully, their largest customer. And so in a way, we already have a positive spin-off. The fact that GM has reemerged with government assistance has allowed Lear to reorganize with private DIP.
If I could ask you, this is part of what you were covering in your testimony, and if I could, just ask for a very short summary.
Mm-hmm.
I believe you were aiming toward a comparison of what would happen if there were no funding available, and therefore, in the estimation of the treasurers of the company and your own estimation, a likely liquidation, versus a reorganization. I think you made a comparison on jobs,
Mm-hmm.
where I believe your comparison showed that there would have been about 10 times more jobs lost. Is that right? About 10 to 20 more times. I was trying to write down the numbers as you went
Well,
through
I think by the end of this year, we'll see about another 63,000 jobs lost in the U.S. economy because of these reorganizations, as opposed to a 1.3 million job loss.
Okay.
So obviously, that's 20 to 1.
About a 20 to 1. I had
20 to 1.
thought there was a range here, so I
Right.
wanted to go into next year. And then you talked about the dollar loss difference. I think
Right.
you identified about $115 billion
Right, about
loss. if there had
$38 billion
been-
in the case of an unsuccessful bankruptcy, which we unfortunately call the Corvette Wrangler scenario, and 90% loss of production at GM and Chrysler and employment. It would have been a loss of around $38 billion in personal taxes and increases in transfer payments in the next 2 years, and an $81 billion loss of personal income in the United States.
Right, compared with an
114.
investment.
Correct,
We have
and a
of about
much,
$80
much
billion.
smaller amount under this successful reorganization.
Any other comparisons that we can just do quickly? I'm about to run out of time here.
Not really.
So these are the key ones that you
These
would
are
do.
very key.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Congressman Henserling?
Well, first let me issue my welcome to all the panel members. I will say to Mr. Boris and Ms. Birch that as happy as I am to see you, I might have even been happier to see the chairman or the CEO, who at least y'all bothered to send representatives. But I know, again, when your companies were seeking funding from the taxpayer, we saw them frequently. Now that it's time to account for the money, we don't seem to see them here today. I'll accept at face value your opinions that liquidation was the only option for the companies. I have no reason to challenge your particular opinion or expertise. But today in the American economy, a majority of people work for small business. Roughly 3 out of 4 new jobs in America are created by small business. And every single day, there is some barbecue stand that goes out of business, some florist that goes out of business, some die-cast machine shop that goes out of business. But we don't know their names, and they don't afford lobbyists in Washington, D.C. And so when I hear the number of jobs you talk about, I become concerned again that although the TALF program has gotten off to somewhat of a lukewarm response, I think the administration announced it in March, but I think it was only 5 days ago that I believe they're actually rolling out the first funding. But I think they're putting in $15 billion to buy loans from the SBA, ostensibly to assist small business, yet again, Chrysler and GM are looking at $80 billion. And so I guess, Dr. McClennan, maybe the first question is for you. Now, I know your expertise is not in the general economy, but in the auto industry, but can a case not be made that on a macroeconomic level, we might have been better off investing $80 billion in small business?
Well, you could say I'm sort of a neo-Keynesian.
I'm not.
I know. I could tell. Many people, many small businesses, I believe, would have gone out, tens of thousands out of business if these companies to my right had collapsed, including RV franchises, repair shops, retail establishments of all kinds, and they already have. I think the record is clear and all around us, all around Wayne State, if you look right out the window. What can I say? These companies have the largest job multiplier of any industry in the United States that once was as high as 8.5 jobs for every job at the big 3. It's now lowered to 6. Okay.
And I'm sorry, that multiplier, is that from your research, or where does that citation come
We've
from?
performed, both at the University of Michigan and our independent citizen office, almost all of the economic contribution studies or economic impact studies of the auto industry and the U.S. economy that have been published since 1992.
Okay. I understand and appreciate the answer. I would also say to Mr. Boris and Ms. Birch, again, you may be right, but we recently, as a member of Congress, heard from CIT that if they did not receive taxpayer funds, that they would have to go into liquidation. Apparently, they got the answer, no, they would not receive taxpayer funds, and lo and behold, private funds show up through the market. So again, your analysis may be correct, maybe it isn't correct, I don't know. The next question I have, clearly for a lot of folks who sit where I sit, I'm curious about the decision process on cutting loose the individual dealers. What process did each of your companies go through? To what extent was the administration involved in decisions to terminate those dealership relationships? And if you might well imagine, we're hearing from lots of those folks. Ms. Birch, how about you first?
Our company went through a very consistent analysis of each one of our roughly 3,200 dealers. What we had found was that the sales have deteriorated so much in the company based on the lack of financing available and the concern amongst our consumers on just customer confidence, that sales were down. As a result of that, it was very clear that the profitability and the healthiness of all of our dealer body was suffering. And it was very clear that in an environment where we believe and hope that the industry will improve, but we do not believe that it will improve as quickly as it deteriorated, that it would not be possible for our dealers to have the profitability they needed to invest in their businesses and to treat our customers the way that they needed to be treated. So the company went through a consistent analysis of each of the dealers, looked at their performance metrics. We have a very significant amount of metrics that we look at on a regular basis with our dealers, and determined that the roughly 800 dealers would not be appropriate to contain in the new company. And that decision was made at Chrysler. It was not a decision made by the government, and we felt that that was the right way to proceed. While we'll admit that bankruptcy is not necessarily fair or good for anyone, we felt that by not taking these measures, it would even be more dramatic and would ultimately put us into bankruptcy and ultimate liquidation.
Mr. Forrest?
Yes, at General Motors, we also used what we believe to be a very objective criteria to make those evaluations. We looked at the company's sales, we looked at consumer satisfaction indexes, we looked at the capitalization of the companies, we looked at the profitability of the companies, and came to the decisions that we came to. We took those decisions on our own. Individual decisions were made by us. They were not influenced by others to the best.
I'm sorry, I'm way over my time, but maybe this should be known and I don't know it, but you spoke about the objective criteria employed by GM.
Yes.
Has that objective criteria been shared with the Automotive Task Force? Has it been shared with members of Congress? And if not, are you willing to share it?
I believe it has been shared,
Okay.
and if it hasn't, we're surely prepared to share it.
Okay, thank you. And same to you, Ms. Birch.
I agree. I believe the concepts have been discussed, but certainly willing to share that information.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to ask about your relationship with the Treasury Department that gets us to this moment, and ask the question whether or not Treasury has made its expectations and objectives clear going forward, what it is they've asked of you. And perhaps I could start with you, Ms. Birch.
Yes, certainly. We have quite a few expectations that are outlined very clearly in our credit agreements with the government. So we have certain compliance certificate requirements. We have financial reporting requirements that are due on a regular basis. That may mean monthly, quarterly, semi-annually, or annually, depending on what that requirement is. In addition, we have a plan to and will report on a monthly basis a series of financial and other metrics with all of our shareholders, with our board, including the government. And that would include things such as our sales performance, our financial performance, income statements, balance sheets, as well as the other requirements that we are obligated to do based on our documentation. We have agreed with the government on what those are going forward, and we'll share that information not only with the U.S. Treasury, but also the Canadian government, the VIBA, all of our shareholders.
And so these will be publicly available, these reports?
Well, this will be available to our board and to all of our people that invested in our company. I'm not certain on the public nature of that actually
Right.
going forward.
But it will be available to the Treasury Department?
Yes, it will be.
Mr. Forrest?
Yes, the Treasury has, I think, made it very clear to us what they expect of us, and similar to what was just mentioned, for the new Chrysler. We will have regular reporting responsibilities to the U.S. Treasury on things like cash flow and liquidity, annual plans. We also, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, plan to be a very transparent private company until such time that we can get off an IPO. And as Mr. Bloom testified, it is the expectation of us that we try to take the company public again in 2010. The debt that we have received from the U.S. government as well as from the government of Canada has a repayment date of 6 years. We would hope to repay that faster than that time period. So we have reporting requirements. Publicly, we will also be providing information initially on a managerial basis, and as we complete our what's called fresh start accounting on more of a GAAP basis.
I want to ask one other question about the relationship with Treasury. Congressman Hensarling has asked specifically about any advice or interference from Treasury in the question of selection of the dealerships that will be closed or that will remain open. And I want to ask about anything else related to day-to-day operations. Has Treasury in any way offered its advice, good counsel, warnings, or otherwise made suggestions about the day-to-day operations of your companies? Ms. Birch?
No, the day-to-day running of our business is left up to our company, albeit brand new now and with a new 9-member board that is actually meeting today for the first time for an extended board meeting this week. But the running of the business is up to Chrysler Group, LLC, and we are being extremely transparent with our reporting with them on an ongoing basis, as I previously mentioned.
And so your relationship is largely anchored around the axis of the kind of reporting one ordinarily does with a creditor of great magnitude.
Exactly the same as what I would expect for any secured lender of our company.
Mr. Forbes?
In our case, as part of the 363 sale process, we had extensive due diligence from the Automotive Task Force. They asked a lot of questions, gave advice in terms of things that they think that we should consider. Asked a lot of questions again, and ultimately the decisions were ours in terms of exactly what the plans would be. Surely we got no guidance that I'm aware of in terms of any specific actions that we should undertake. But I would compare the process that we had in the 363 sale process to the acquire of any company in terms of the type of questioning that we got. They had an assignment to make sure that if there was going to be taxpayer dollars appropriated and used for these companies, and in particular, in my case, for General Motors, that we have a plan that would allow General Motors to be viable coming out of the bankruptcy, and that is where their focus has been.
So you would say neither more nor less intrusive than one would ordinarily see for an investor of this
I've seen
kind.
more intrusive in other instances where I've been involved with sales.
Thank you. Congressman?
I would like to continue to flesh out this line of questioning from Professor Warren. I still don't have a good sense on the frequency of communication between the Auto Task Force and your companies, who's communicating with whom about what. So in specific, who is the point of contact for Mr. Bloom at each of your companies? Or is there a point of contact? Does he speak to you? Does he speak to the CEO? Does he speak to...
From the Chrysler perspective, Mr. Ratner, Mr. Bloom have had ongoing dialogue with our prior CEO from Old Carco Vantage Point, or our current CEO, Mr. Marchioni. In my office, which is the Treasury function, we have consistent and frequent dialogue with the staff of Mr. Bloom. which I have their names if you're interested, but we have consistent dialogue from that vantage point. And we as well had a recent visit from Mr. Ratner and Mr. Bloom, meeting the entire management team at Chrysler in a recent review, which I would really look at as very consistent, again, with prior experiences that I've had with significant lenders.
But just out of
to our
curiosity,
company.
and how frequent is the communication? Daily, weekly, hourly?
Well, I think it largely depends on what event we're talking about. For example, when we were setting up the supplier factoring receivables program, we had a minimum of one, maybe multiple calls per day until we got that up and running very quickly. That impacted GM and Chrysler, and we were on joint calls and setting those up.
Mr. Borst, your answer to the question, to what knowledge, who's the point of contact, how often is the
Yes, sure.
communication?
The communication's frequent, and during the period leading up to the bankruptcy, it was definitely daily. The interactions were with all of the task force, and would have started with our CEO, Fritz Henderson. His contact, I think, was principally with Mr. Ratner. Mr. Bloom and the rest of the task force really split up the different things that we needed to get done. So within their team, which I thought was a very wise move, they took principal responsibility for certain topics. So I had the pleasure of interacting with Mr. Bloom, for example, on a couple of those topics where he was the lead.
We know as part of the Chrysler reorganization, the Fiat incentive to produce the domestic-made car achieving 40 miles per gallon. Has the automotive task force otherwise suggested automobiles for your companies to produce, Mr. Borst?
Not that I'm aware of, although we're going to be
Not to your knowledge,
not to my knowledge.
but there could have been conversations with the CEO that you may not have been privy to.
I'm surely not privy to every
Ms.
conversation.
Birch?
The same with Chrysler, certainly not at all to my knowledge, which is one of the reasons that our interest in an affiliation with a company such as Fiat was very positive, so that we could continue to produce and look into further more fuel-efficient, smaller vehicles.
Clearly, we know that there is more to our government than the executive branch. There is the legislative branch as well. It wasn't long ago, I believe the article appeared in the Wall Street Journal, but I do not have the citation in front of me. The headline is, GM plant in Norton saved from closing for now. Barney Frank appeals to GM CEO, gains 14-month reprieve. Referring to Chairman Barney Frank, who I have the privilege of serving with on the House Financial Services Committee, and I assume it's an accurate article since there is a press release from Chairman Frank. The article says the GM General Motors parts distribution plant received a 14-month reprieve from GM officials thanks to U.S. Congressman Barney Frank, who appealed to GM CEO Fritz Henderson this week on behalf of Norton workers. The rest of the article claims there was one of 3 Norton plants to be shut down. So again, I haven't spoken to Chairman Frank about this. Apparently the article has a release from him, so at this point I would assume it to be accurate. So you have described your interaction with the administration. How often are you hearing from members of Congress, and would the CEO of GM take my call?
I'm sure the CEO of GM will take your call. He's been very communicative, not only with people of your stature, but others. In that particular instance that you referenced, I'm not familiar with that particular instance. However, we have had many, many calls and many emails and others from a variety of constituencies, because this has been a very painful process for many. We listen to those.
So when you say constituencies, am I to assume that there have been many calls from members of Congress?
I personally haven't gotten any calls from members of Congress, but I'm sure there has been into other parts of the company. But my point is that we are getting calls from pensioners and dealers and a variety of constituencies.
Well, right now, I'm just interested, and I say I'm beyond my time yet again, but Ms. Birch, are you aware of calls from other members of Congress to your company, or at your specific positions, you would not necessarily be aware of those calls or that influence coming to bear on decision-making at your company?
Well, I have not received any, and I'm not aware of specific instances. I mean, I do truly believe that there's been, people have been very vocal throughout this whole event for the last 6 months on whether or not they were supportive or not supportive.
No, I was just asking specifically about members of Congress.
I can't give you an
Okay,
instance,
thank
no.
you. Thank you. I'm way over my time.
So can you give me an idea, Mr. Borst, about your estimate of capital needs in the near and medium term and how you plan to deal with them?
Could you define how you're using the word capital, because that means different things.
I'm just asking about additional financing. You've obviously received a huge infusion of cash, but I
Yeah.
just want to know what the near and medium term. I realize no one knows the long term at this point, but do you have capital needs and plans for how you're going to meet those away from the government?
Yeah. As we put together our plans, we really, in terms of the financing and the exit financing that we requested, we believe that will really take us to the low point or our peak cash needs, which we estimated at the time would be in early part of 2010. So the funds that we have received should get us through that period of time, and we wouldn't necessarily expect needs for significant financing beyond that if we're able to meet our plans and if the economy recovers the way we had projected and we're able to participate in that recovery as we believe the auto industry and General Motors will. So we haven't built in significant additional funding needs. We do have applications in for Section 136 funding, for example. We would expect that with us being a viable company now, that those will be looked at. We do have regular rollover of maturities in our foreign jurisdictions. We would anticipate, now being out of bankruptcy, that we'd be able to roll those lines. But with the capital markets the way they've been, we didn't rely on a lot of additional external financing.
Right.
That said, we'd like to get back to that kind of business as soon as possible, and preferably we'd like to be positively cash flowing as soon as possible so that wouldn't even be required.
And Ms. Birch?
Similar to General Motors, we had outlined in our 363 filing with the government what we thought our expectation was going to be for capital needs for the near mid term. And we are satisfied at this point that we will be able to service all of our debt as outlined in our agreements with our lenders, and that except for the same Section 136, which is the Department of Energy funding that they have available to automotive companies and suppliers for improvement of their, engineering and powertrains and fuel efficiency. We likewise have an application in and have had an application into the government for the past year and expect that we will be borrowing under that as outlined in our plan.
So other than, as you've noted, you're really saying you've taken care of your short-term and midterm capital needs, not just in your exit financing provided by the government, but you feel pretty well lined up on that. And that leads me to the last question I want to ask. And that is, I understand that to make the decision about an IPO is, it has a lot to do with other market conditions, and that you will make those decisions based on what you see at the time. But I want to ask the question internally to the company as you're going forward. What do you see as needing to happen within the company before you're in a position for a successful IPO? Mr. Borst?
Yes. Well, I think the following. First of all, I think we need to execute on our plan because there's There's plans, and we're well on our way, but we need to execute on those plans. I do believe the external community will in particular be looking at our revenue line, and coming out of the bankruptcy now as things stabilize, how the industry will perform and how we will perform within the industry. So that'll be a key criterion, I believe, to watch. And then it'll be a function of whether we're meeting our financial metrics as we go forward. Surely it's easier to do an IPO if you're positively cash flowing than if you're not. Surely it'll be easier to do an IPO if we're exceeding the targets that we had set out than if we're not. And internally, we have taken significant steps to restructure the company. We have significantly downsized the company. We have taken, I believe, significant bureaucracy out of the company as we've reorganized. We've flattened the company. We're increasing the speed of the decision-making. And those will be critical elements, I believe, as we go on the road for an IPO next year that we'll want to convey to potential new investors in the company beyond the shareholders that we currently have.
Ms. Birch, anything you want to add to that?
No, very similar, thank you.
Actually, I know I'm over, but let me ask. Dr. McClendon, anything you want to add to that?
No, I think their plans look very good on paper. It does depend on the economy. It does depend on the consumers in the market for giving them for passing through the bankruptcy process. I hope this time around we have all kinds of scenarios in the planning, not just optimism. Okay, and it's a second chance that we're very grateful for here in Detroit.
Thank you. Congressman?
If the new plans for the new GM and the new Chrysler are indeed successful, when might the taxpayer be made whole? Ms. Birch, you first.
Our debt to the U.S. Treasury is due in several different tranches. One would be in 2011, again in 2016 and 2017. Our goal would definitely be, if possible, to pay that back early. Part of the reason is the interest cost to the company is not immaterial. And so based on the interest rates that we're paying, I think that it would be one of our definite goals to pay that back early. But we see no issue in paying it back on time, certainly.
And for GM, as I mentioned earlier, we have a 6-year term on the loan that we have. We're going to work very hard to prepay that early. Our plans, if we deliver on them, will allow us to do that. But additionally, we also have significant equity investment from the U.S. government.
Yes.
And the key there is to get the IPO off next year. That's surely our goal, to create a liquid market in the stock and then work together with the government to allow it to sell down the balance of its interest. It is a very large stake, so I wouldn't want to mislead you that it might take some time, but that'll be a function of how well we perform and how well the capital markets perform.
Well, and again, I know there are many variables in the equation. As you pointed out, the capital markets, we don't necessarily know how consumers are going to respond to your new products, but again, you do have a plan, but even, do we even have a range of when the taxpayer might be made whole if your assumptions are correct and if your plan works?
Yeah, at General Motors, we haven't included, that specifically in our plans because that's obviously a function of what the government would like to do as well.
Ms. Birch, did you have anything to add to that?
No, I think it's largely dependent, too, on what the industry does. We've included I'm hesitant to say somewhat conservative, but our ramp-up of industry volume as outlined in our 363 filing was not very aggressive, so we're hoping that we'll be able to beat that.
Let me go back to an earlier line of questioning where you were speaking of somewhat the frequency of communication between your companies and the administration. I guess both parties, the Automotive Task Force, your companies, seem to go to great lengths to say that the federal government is not involved in the day-to-day management of the companies. So I guess the question is, what do you seek For which questions, for which issues do you seek the approval of the administration if it's not quote-unquote day-to-day management?
I wouldn't really define it as seeking approval. Most of our conversation with the government...
Okay, where do you feel a need to counsel with them?
Because they're a stakeholder in the company, they're also represented on our board, we will be having regular dialogue with them related to how we are progressing along on our business plan. So once we get our new business plan in place for the new company, we'll be sharing that with the
No, but
Treasury.
I'm trying to figure out, are there specific issues which you feel a need to receive either the input or the approval of the administration? I would assume, for example, you don't need their counsel or input on whether or not you offer white sidewalls on some new Jeep product, but at some level, I would assume you feel a need to receive at least their input, if not approval. I'm trying to get some specificity on what those issues are.
Okay, and I would say most of those would relate to a typical relationship with your board of directors. So for example, as we're going through and defining what level of approvals we would need from our board versus from our CEO in the company, those are kinds of things that we would go and seek approval from the Treasury as they relate to board members. And then there's, of course, all the other things that normal automotive companies may be interested in talking to about the government related to, standard energy practices and things like that. But from running the company, it will be largely through our board of directors.
You wish to add to that, Mr. Boris?
Yeah, in GM's case, I guess I like the analogy to the board of directors. I think that's probably an apt one. In our case, there was periods of, during this whole period, we needed to get approval for additional funds for certain expenditures. And so we would need to go back to the U.S. Treasury to get those funds. Obviously, as part of those discussions, as you might have with the board, they queried us what we were going to be using those funds for. We also had specific topics that we need to address. GMAC was mentioned earlier in the hearing. That is an entity that the U.S. Treasury has also had interaction with during this period of time. And so we gave them, for example, information about what our needs were there and enlisted their support to help in that instance. We have another, our largest supplier, Delphi, that's in bankruptcy. We've enlisted their support as part of the funding to also help us get that entity out of bankruptcy, which is important to our future viability, those types of things.
Thank you.
Thank you, all three, very much. We appreciate your being here. This panel is excused. Thank you. We now call our third panel. The witnesses on our third and final panel will address the issues raised in the bankruptcy cases of General Motors and Chrysler. They include Richard Murdoch, the Indiana State Treasurer, Professor Stephen Lubin of Seton Hall University School of Law, and Professor Barry Adler from New York University School of Law. Welcome. As before, I will ask each of you to hold your oral remarks to 5 minutes or less. Your written statement will, of course, be made part of the permanent record. Mr. Murdoch, could we start with you, please?
I'm going to change it up and go to this end of the table first.
That's the order I had them in on my piece of paper here.
I see.
I think Mr. Adler grabbed the first chair.
Well, first of all, thank you for the invitation to give you testimony today. Last Wednesday, I gave testimony to the Judiciary Subcommittee on Administrative and Commercial Law. As I said at that time, I never imagined I would be in a position to give testimony to a congressional committee. As I said at that time, I have great reverence for the process and again, wish to express that. And would start out by saying I've been very appreciative and admire the sense of fairness and balance in the questions that you all have offered. I should also start out by saying what I am not, which is I am not an attorney. If I may sound like one at times through this brief bit of testimony, it will only be because I've been exposed to so many attorneys in the last 6 to 8 weeks. I became involved with this issue when, as the trustee for 2 funds in Indiana, and ultimately as a representative for a 3rd fund, we invested some $17 million of Indiana retirees' money into the secured debt of Chrysler Corporation. As everyone in this room now knows, subsequent to that took place in July of 2008. And about 6 weeks later, when Lehman Brothers went down and the subsequent shock wave went through the economy, all of this cycle that we're dealing with today began. As a trustee with fiduciary responsibilities that I take very seriously, I was shocked to see, as all of you are aware, the secured creditors in the Chrysler case were in an unprecedented manner relegated not to the traditional position of being first in line, but to being something subsequent to that. We subsequently discussed at length in our office how we should proceed. We thought, quite frankly, we might be part of a class action suit of other pension funds, but ultimately found through this process that we were effectively the only group that was willing to come forward and take this case to the bankruptcy court and ask that the 29 cents on a dollar that we were being offered be reviewed to look for some better return. I should also add at this point the real summation of our lawsuit, and I'll be very, very brief with it. But point number 1 was that Article 1, Section 8 of the United States Constitution says it is the congressional mandate to set a uniform bankruptcy code. That has been done since 1789. But in this case, the executive, by doing away with the traditional rights of secured creditors in this area, we think totally threw that bit of congressional balance out the window, so we see a balance issue. Secondly, we have what we call the sub rosa argument. For all the attorneys in the room, obviously that doesn't need to be explained any further, other than here to say simply that we see that the United States government was on both sides of this deal simultaneously, setting values, setting all terms of what this sale would be, only to be the only bidder in the auction for the assets. That is totally unprincipled and we think absolutely un-American. To the point that gathers us here today, however, we argued in our lawsuit that the Troubled Asset Recovery Program monies were and are being used illegally to fund the car companies. Again, I'm not an attorney, but I can state it very simply. In late September and in October of 2008, the Congress debated the Troubled Asset Recovery Program. At that time, Secretary of the Treasury Paulson testified to congressional committees saying, quote, "This is not a bailout for the automobile companies." In the 169 pages of TARP, the word automobile appears twice as an adjective before batteries, automobile batteries. It was intended solely to aid the ailing financial industry. That is clear in its intent. Subsequently, 2 months later, Congress tried to pass an automobile bailout bill, and it failed. But it begs the obvious question. If the same Congress that had voted on TARP 2 months before had taken the testimony that it was not an automobile bailout company, if they thought it was, why did they come back in December and try to pass a separate automobile bailout bill? It's because clearly they knew that was not their intent in October, and thus they tried in December, and it failed. The Bush administration, and I happen to be a Republican, by the way, but the Bush administration then acted illegally in a desperate source of funds. Mr. Paulson then suddenly seemed to change his mind despite his own testimony and tried to write an opinion to say, well, this is justified, and so the money was pulled out. Subsequently, obviously, the Obama administration has continued to do that. The entire process, we believe, has been flawed. From the valuation of the assets, it took us from something we believe, far better than 29 cents down to 29 cents, is just wrought with error. We see valuations that were done in what we believe was an unethical fashion, where the consultant who was setting the values was offered a $10 million bonus if, in fact, the evaluation were accepted at that low level. There are 41 product lines of Chrysler. Only 2 of them were given value, which we think was just absolutely unheard of. Just months before, the company had been valued at some $29 billion. And one last thing I will say, just very briefly, the comment was made here today that the courts have all ruled on the points of law. When our case reached the United States Supreme Court in the order that let the sale go forward, it says, and I quote, "The denial of a stay is not a decision on the underlying legal merits." These laws have not been reviewed, and we yet hope to live to see that day come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murdock. Professor Adler.
Thank you, Chair Warren, Congressman Hensarling. I appreciate the opportunity to testify here today. I want to start by saying I'm not opposed in principle to the rescue of the auto industry. I have no expertise on whether that was a good idea or not. And although as a taxpayer, I wonder about the government funding UAW retirement funds when other retirees who are also suffering receive no such funding. Again, I have no expertise on that, and I'm not here to testify about that either. What I do want to comment on, and what I have studied, is the way the bankruptcy process was, in my view, distorted in order to accomplish the rescue of the auto industry and the funding of these UAW funds. Therein, from my perspective, given my expertise, whatever that is, lies the problem. At the risk of oversimplification, I think a plausible characterization of what happened in both the GM and the Chrysler bankruptcies is that the government bought the companies and transferred them to the UAW. That's controversial, I know, but I think that's a plausible characterization. And that would have been fine from the perspective of the creditors so long as the price was fair, so long as what the government paid for the assets that it then transferred to the UAW was the correct value of the assets, and thus leaving the creditors of the companies to go after the proceeds of the sale. The problem was there's no assurance, given the way the bankruptcies were conducted, that the price was the right price, the fair price for the assets. In particular, the sales process approved by the courts in both cases limited the bidders who could bid and limited the characteristics of the bidders who could bid in such a way that a liquidation or breakup bid for the company was not to be permitted. Thus, if Chrysler in particular were worth more than $2 billion in liquidation, as might have been the case, that bid would not have been entertained, and the creditors, as just represented, might have been left with less than their just deserts. Given that there was not a robust and contested auction for the assets, one might have recharacterized the transactions as what is referred to sometimes as a sub rosa reorganization plan. In other words, just a reorganization plan without the formality of the Chapter 11 process. But denying the formality of the Chapter 11 process, combined with a failure of a robust and contested auction, left creditors without the procedural protections that Congress granted in the Chapter 11 process. And this is a reason that the creditors in each case, the secured creditors in Chrysler and the unsecured creditors in GM, had reason to complain, in my view. Did they receive less than they deserved? I don't know. I'm not a market maker. I don't have the ability or facility to say what the true value of those assets were, but the process was flawed, and thus they might have been disadvantaged in a way that the law would not permit. And this is problematic, particularly in an environment where raising capital is a problem for companies, where we want to encourage economic development. If creditors' rights are not respected, that economic development will be thwarted in a way that I think is not in the country's interest. What I would do, again, turning back to the bankruptcy process, to prevent what I see as a mistake in the procedures that were approved, would be to pass or adopt new legislation that would restrict the procedures that are used in the sale of a going concern of a large company, so that government influence or not, the mistake, as I see it here, could not be repeated. Beyond that, I'll leave it. I'll leave it, and would be happy to answer questions, of course.
Thank you, Professor Adler. Professor Lubin.
Thank you, Chair Warren, Congressman. I'm here, I guess, to present an alternate view on the bankruptcy law part of this. The reality is that in the last decade or so, Chapter 11 has become a highly sale-driven process. The 363 sales are the whole game in Chapter 11, at least in big Chapter 11 cases. This is a result of secured lenders who have control over all the company's cash. If they have control over all the company's cash, they can dictate what happens to the company. And quite frequently in recent cases, they've dictated a quick sale so that the cases involve a sale followed by just basically distribution of the proceeds. Recent big examples of this outside of the cases we're talking about today include Vlasic Foods, TWA in its last Chapter 11 case, the first Polaroid bankruptcy, Bethlehem Steel. I've got a whole big, long exhibit attached to my written testimony about all the cases that involve 363 sales. So given that context, I really don't think that the GM or Chrysler Chapter 11 cases were all that unusual. The basic structure of the case, in fact, seems to be quite ordinary. Now, it is true, as Professor Adler has indicated, that there are limits on what you can do in a 363 sale. This is the so-called rule against sub rosa plans. This is, I guess, an example of us lawyers using Latin for clarity here. Doesn't seem to add a lot. Basically, right, what we mean is a covert plan of reorganization. But in this case, we're selling the assets. The proceeds of the sale goes to the debtor, and the debtor distributes those assets at some future time. I don't see how that's a sub rosa plan. In addition, right, the press has generally speculated, and I think fairly accurately, about who's going to get what in these Chapter 11 cases. That's true, but it still doesn't make it a sub rosa plan, right? That's just an application of the absolute priority rule. Now, it is true, as we've been talking about in all these panels today, that the UAW is getting better treatment than other similarly situated unsecured creditors. Of course, a lot of that depends on how you define similarly situated. In addition, right, I think it's important to point out that that better treatment is not coming from the debtor, and that's where it would be a bankruptcy problem. The better treatment is coming from the government through these purchasing entities. Now, if we can debate whether or not it's a good idea for the government to be bailing out the UAW, but it's not really a bankruptcy issue given the structure that we've got here. There is also really little beyond rhetoric to support the idea that any of these cases impair investor rights. I mean, GM had $27 billion in secured debt, an estimated liquidation value of $9.7 billion. If you do the math right there, you can see that absent this structure, the bondholders in General Motors would have been entirely out of the money if there had been a liquidation in General Motors. Same idea in Chrysler. I think it's entirely rational that the Chrysler secured lenders decided that taking a risk-free $2 billion was a better option. I mean, it's typically, commentators often talk about liquidation as though it was a cost-free endeavor, but it would have cost millions, probably hundreds of millions of dollars to liquidate Chrysler. Unless the secured lenders were real sure that they were going to get more than $2 billion plus that liquidation cost if they had taken over this case, they had every reason to just sit back and let the government hand them $2 billion of cash. And quite frankly, by contract, these lenders had agreed to let Chase be their lead lender and their voice in these negotiations. My personal belief is that if Chase felt they were being strong-armed, and it's been alleged that they were strong-armed, but Jamie Dimon is not somebody who's known to be quiet about his opinions. I think he would have let us know if Chase had been strong-armed in these negotiations. And that brings us, I think, to the last key important point I want to make, is that it is important to remember, right, that the lenders in Chrysler agreed to majority rule by contract. When they bought into the loan, they agreed that, they were going to sort of sink or swim together. The terms of that loan agreement said, right, we decide whether to credit bid by, a vote, and we decide, how we're going to proceed in a bankruptcy case by a vote. The contract does not allow individual lenders to go off on their own. So to the extent that we have individual lenders now complaining about that, it's not really a TARP problem. It's not really a bankruptcy problem. It's not really even a federal government problem. It's a problem of the contract that they agreed to, and maybe they wish they hadn't agreed to it. But, I think the bankruptcy court was absolutely right to enforce those terms. And finally, on the issue of the bidding procedures, I think this is one area where Professor Adler and I are somewhat in agreement. I do think that the bidding procedures represent some degree of overreaching. That said, in a case like this, where there is no alternate bidder, and quite frankly, there's plenty of case law to support the idea that an alternate bidder can come in and make a non-conforming bid. They don't need a bankruptcy professor like me to tell them about that case law. So they would have shown up if there was an alternate bidder. Bidding procedures only matter in a case where you have contested bids. If there is no contesting bidder, bidding procedures are largely irrelevant. So essentially, while I agree it was a bit of overreaching, it's probably harmless error in this particular case.
Thank you, Professor Lubin. I have a series of questions I want to ask about the bankruptcy part of this, but I actually feel compelled to ask, since Mr. Silvers can't be with us here. You've spoken about the UAW. It It's my understanding that the party in interest here is the VIBA
Viva.
and not the UAW. I just want to be sure and make sure I haven't misunderstood, since it's a distinction he often draws with me that's quite important to the parties involved.
The VIBA was established at the behest of the UAW to benefit their retired workers.
Because of their obligations to their
Yeah.
retired workers. So this is what we're really talking about. I just want to be clear. What we're really talking about here on the other side are the retiree health plans and pension benefits, is that right?
Yeah, yes, I think I was the one that used the UAW. I was speaking generally of the UAW's interest, but it is the VIBA that's the
But
legal
it's the
entity.
VIBA's legal interest for on behalf of the retirees. All right, I just wanted to be clear on that. So if I can, I'll start with you, Professor Adler. I share your concern about the substitution of 363 sale for the protections of an 1129 confirmation. The question that interests me here, why not go to an 1129A? Are there any facts that suggest that there was something that the parties were worried about it in 1129? Had they gone to ordinary plan confirmation proceedings?
I don't know the answer to that because the government orchestrated plan was for a sale from the beginning, as I understand it, and the judge approved the sale, and there will be a Chapter 11 process with respect to the proceeds of the sale in each case, and that may have an 1129 component, and there may be a conversion to a Chapter 7, I don't know, or a liquidation without it. So, yeah, I don't know why there was no Chapter 11 process prior to the sale.
Well, then perhaps I should ask it the other way. If both of us are going to be critical about the substitution of
Yeah.
363 for 1129, what advantages were there in using a 363 approach as opposed to an 1129?
Well, you know, as Professor Lubin points out, there has been a large number of cases in which the companies assets are put into their new use very quickly through a sale, and I don't object to that process personally. So the answer I'm sure the government would give, and that the debtor itself in each case would give, is that we needed to quickly get these assets under their new management. And that is an advantage and would be an advantage, which is why I focus my criticism on the nature of the sale, on the restrictions which Professor Lubin calls harmless, but if they're harmless, why were they there?
So, but I see. But the point you're really making is this is how we could do this process much faster than otherwise would have been possible. So the notion was to get some real speed in this process. And I also take it, I just want to be sure, since you've mentioned this, this is not unique to the auto industry.
Not at all. The trend since the late 90s, in fact, I with co-authors have done studies on this in particular, empirical studies, has been to sell firms as a going concern or in liquidation rather than keep the assets in place during reorganization, which in the past could have taken literally years. But again, my criticism is not with the sale, it's with the restrictions on the sale. Again, speaking of Chrysler in particular, I don't know what the economics of it were, but it certainly seems plausible that the government, which was determined to have this company reorganized, was concerned that a bidder was going to come along and bid for the assets in liquidation and not want to take on the liabilities to the VIBA. Because their plan was not to continue to make autos under the old structure, rather than to use the plants in some other capacity, or the Jeep brand in some other capacity. And the government.
And do you have any government comments, or is there? I'm just wondering, is there any evidence to support that speculation?
As I say, it is just a speculation. The question is, why did the debtor put the restrictions in place? It seems an odd thing to do, to restrict your bidders. Generally, as people selling something want the process to be open as possible. Give me as much cash as you possibly can. I don't care what you do with the assets once you buy them. Clearly, someone cared what was going to be done with the assets once they were purchased, and that's the problem.
Would you like me to go on with Professor Lubin on this line, or Professor Lubin?
Yeah, I think Professor Adler and I are in agreement on the 363 point as it applies broadly, right? And my point is just one that GM and Chrysler were not particularly unique in the use of 363 to execute a quick sale. It's, you know, it's become fairly common, and it has been for at least 10 years. So I'm just trying to dispel the notion that somehow what was done in GM or Chrysler was some sort of perversion of the bankruptcy process, Congress may well want to look at the, as you say, the sort of the way in which Chapter 11 has become overtaken by 363 generally. And I think the answer is the speed, though. That's why people like to use 363. That's why secured lenders like to use 363, is that you can get the good assets out of bankruptcy and on their way without having to wait for, the negotiation of a plan and the voting on a plan and so forth. Basically, it's a move to avoid what happened to companies like Eastern Airlines and Pan Am back in the 1980s.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Congressman Henserling?
Professor Adler, I think I heard you say in your testimony, I want you to elaborate a little bit more, that maybe I'm paraphrasing here, the government bought the companies and gave them to the UAW, a fairly provocative
I said that was a plausible characterization.
A plausible characterization. Well, could you elaborate on that, please?
Yeah. Mr. Bloom testified earlier that there was an arm's length transaction between the purchaser of the companies and the UAW, in which the purchaser agreed to take on significant liabilities to the VEBA and to assume the collective bargaining agreements of the UAW. Admittedly, a collective bargaining agreement that included sacrifices by the UAW itself. And here I mean the UAW, Chair Warren. That's also a plausible characterization, which is why I was careful to say that the alternative is only a plausible characterization. My concern over that particular characterization, that is Mr. Bloom's characterization, or his statement that this was an arm's length transaction between the UAW and the purchaser of the assets, is a skepticism I have on my part. And again, this is not based on an expertise. My expertise is on the bankruptcy process. But it is a skepticism on my part that a new car company walking into into this area where the economy is in disrepair, where there are many unemployed workers, including many employed auto workers throughout the industry, would have had to pay that much to get new employees to work in its company. So if it's true that the billions of dollars of funding of the VEBA were necessary to the continued employment of workers necessary to build cars, then I think it would be correct to say that there was no transfer between the government and the UAW or the VEBA. If, however, my skepticism is well-founded and a new automaker would not have had to make these enormous payments in order to get employees to build their cars, then what you have is a transfer to the VEBAs, and thus to the United Auto Workers. And it's in this sense that I say what happened is the government bought the companies because they provided the funding to buy the companies, and then did not take arguably the full value of the companies that they just bought. What they instead did is made a transfer to the VEBAs, which was a benefit to the retired workers. And again, maybe that was appropriate. I don't know.
But in your experience and expertise, how common is it then for the debtor to put such conditions on bids? In other words, I want my highest price, but only if you essentially take care of the UAW's VEBA in such a fashion, or
right.
How common is this phenomenon?
Uncommon as far as I know, although I haven't studied it. And that's the next point I was going to make. The other thing that supports the characterization of a transfer to the UAW were these restrictions themselves. It seemed as if the government was very interested in benefiting the United Auto Workers through the VEBAs in requiring any bidder to make sure that whoever purchases the assets pays from those assets these claims of the VEBA. I don't think it's very common. As I said, I haven't studied this empirically. As an academic, I hesitate to say it's uncommon, but I'm willing to bet that it is.
Mr. Murdoch, let me ask you a question representing the state of Indiana. Did I understand that it is more specifically the state's pension fund for state employees that is truly the impacted legal entity in the GM case? Is this correct?
Yes, sir. There are three separate funds. There is the Indiana Teachers Retirement Fund. There is the Indiana State Police Pension Fund. And then there is, the last one is not a pension fund per se, but it's an infrastructure fund, our Major Moves Construction Fund.
I'm sorry, the latter was?
It's an infrastructure fund, the Major Moves Construction Fund. And I have to say, each time I hear to the benefit of the retirees, I always want to scream, who's retirees?
Well, I suppose that's my question then. I suppose nobody sees any winners in such an economic calamity as we've seen with these two American icon companies going through Chapter 11, but relatively speaking, I suppose there are relative winners and losers. So I assume it is your position that the teachers of Indiana have lost, the policemen and policewomen of Indiana have lost, and relative to them, the UAW VEBA has won. Is that a fair assessment of your position?
That's absolutely fair.
See, I'm out of time for this line of questioning.
So if I can just make sure I'm following the narrower point that you want to make here, Professor Adler, that is that for the post-petition financer to make sure that assets go, let's just say, to labor or to suppliers who are going to be supplying benefits to the company going forward, that's both not unusual and not unlawful under the bankruptcy laws. Is that right?
Yes. Well, yes, that's right. However, to make sense for a post-petition financer to make sure that certain payments are made, I'm sorry, let me start that again. For it to make sense for a post-petition financer to make sure that the payments are made, it has to be that those payments are justified by the need of the purchaser to continue the operation of the company. And so, it may be...
I'm sorry, what part of bankruptcy law are you referring to now?
The assumption of, well, this is going to be a
post-petition financing, isn't it?
Yeah, if you, I'm sorry, what I thought you were referring to was the case in which a post-petition financer wants to see that certain executory contracts are assumed. If you're not referring to that, I'm
No, I'm simply asking the question, if post-petition dollars are being used and everyone, all of the creditors have received whatever would have been their allocation of division of assets of the estate, but now we're talking about the distribution of post-petition assets from a post-petition financer. If those go, as they often do, I think this is the point, labor and suppliers are the two typical places
Yes.
where they may, although they had a role as creditors, and they may be paid 100 cents on the dollar as creditors of the pre-petition entity, so long as they're being paid with post-petition financing dollars, I take it first, that's entirely consistent with bankruptcy law.
Yes, that's right, which is again why I point to the restriction on the sale as the key problem.
That's right, as your concern.
My concern, yeah.
And also that it's not uncommon. I think you were saying from your own studies. That
Well, no, what's not
post-petition
uncommon from my own
financing-
studies is a sale. Is
But
a
the sale
of the
itself
assets.
is not uncommon. I suppose it was Professor Lubin who was talking about that it is not uncommon to use post-petition financing dollars in this way.
Yeah, I mean, I'll concede that it's somewhat unusual to see the union as being the one who's the beneficiary, but I suspect that that's more, so it tells us who's usually providing the post-petition financing. I mean, it's quite typical for banks to specify exactly how their post-petition financing will be used post-bankruptcy. Like, for example, thou shalt not use this financing to attack our liens, our pre-petition liens, for example. So these kind of conditions are quite typical. It is somewhat unusual to have a post-petition lender who wants to benefit a union, but again, I think that's because, the Chases and the Citibanks of the world are not really often looking out for the unions. I think the other point I would make, too, is that while we were kind of obsessed, and I think everybody is a little obsessed with the unions in these cases, one point you kind of glanced by here was the trade creditors, for example. The trade creditors got a much higher recovery than the unions did in these cases. I mean, they got paid in full, right? And the unions actually had to have concessions.
Let me just make sure I'm following here. So the people who made out best in this bankruptcy, at least as compared with where they might have been in a liquidation, were actually the trade creditors.
Right, because they got paid under a critical vendor order, at least the trade creditors who were needed for the new entities going forward. Right, if you were unfortunate enough to be a trade creditor for exclusively for, say, Pontiac, I guess you wouldn't
That's right.
feel as though you got out of this process too well.
Right. And in your experience, the payment, for example, of critical vendors or trade creditors through the use of post-petition financing, does that happen with some frequency?
Well, I hesitate to make an empirical study out of my own experience and practice, but I would say that in 100% of the cases I did while I was in practice, which was in the late 90s when this process started, always had a critical trade vendor order. Every single one.
That's right, and it is controversial. The Seventh Circuit issued an opinion in the Kmart case suggesting that it shouldn't happen, and I don't mean to be singling out the union here. I think all of this is inappropriate.
I think, well, let's stop. Isn't the Seventh Circuit opinion talking about paying critical vendors out of estate funds rather than out of post-petition financing funds?
Yes, but then I go back to the sale restriction. That is, what's happening here is where the conversation is going astray is that I keep converting the case to, as if it is a reorganization and using the estates funds because the sale was flawed in my view. But you're quite right. If we treat the sale as legitimate, what the purchaser does with the assets is entirely up to the purchaser, and there's no problem there at all.
Thank you, Professor Adler. Congressman?
Mr. Murdoch, had the Obama administration's automotive task force chosen to treat the retired teachers and retired policemen and policewomen of Indiana equally to the retired auto workers of the UAW, have you done a calculation on what that would mean to the bottom line of these retired teachers and policemen in your state?
No, sir, I haven't, because we've never heard such an offer put before us to see us treated in any way different than any of the other secured creditors who are going to be thrown 29 cents.
So at this point in the process, what do you consider your remedies to be?
Well, because the Supreme Court, in issuing a petition, basically ruled and let the sale go forward. We understand we have 90 days. That was in early June. We understand we have 90 days to go back to the court and ask for clarifications, and we are certainly considering doing that. As a fiduciary who believes very strongly those 3 points of law that I mentioned to you do deserve review by the High Court, I will not let any stone remain unturned to see that we can't see this process work, that we might not get remuneration for our retirees.
Well, I'm certainly enjoying and learning much from the discussion among our three law professors, including the distinguished chair here. Not being an academic, I do want to try to go back to a point that has probably been covered, but I need to make sure I understand it. Is it not unusual to pay post-petition dollars for past pension obligations? I understand it may not be unusual going forward, but is it not unusual in your experience, Professor Lubin, Professor Adler, to have such post-petition dollars go for previous pension obligations? Mr. Adler simply goes, we'll do an alphabet.
Sadly, it is not. Sadly, it is not unprecedented. I don't know whether it's usual or unusual, but as Professor Lubin points out, it happens from time to time at least, in which post-petition financiers insist that their pre-petition claims get paid out of order. The way this is justified, if it's justified at all, is that the terms of the new loan are so attractive that it is beneficial to the estate, including the other creditors, to pay the new lenders, or the post-petition lenders' old claims in full. This is controversial and inappropriate. It clouds the issue. But to say that it is, to say that it's unusual would be an overstatement. It's inappropriate in my view.
Professor Lubin, do you have comments?
Yeah, I think on the specific issue, too, of labor, I think, well, you know, as a formal matter of the absolute priority rule, they're not supposed to get paid. The reality is that if you want to keep operating the business going forward, you can't have people picketing in front of the business and disrupting the operations. So it is quite frequent that you see pre-petition claims getting paid post-petition to buy peace, essentially going forward, and I assume that's what happened in this case.
But again, if the best use of these assets were liquidation, this would not have been a concern to a purchaser. So this is again why I keep focusing on Chrysler in particular and the restrictions in Chrysler and the fact that you had a secured creditor that would have benefited if the liquidation value of the company exceeded $2 billion. then the fact that the UAW would have been unhappy and might have picketed would have arguably been irrelevant because the purchaser wouldn't have wanted to continue operations anyway. And that's the problem with the restrictions on the sale.
If not
Please.
to make this a debating society here, but my thought is that if liquidation was the better option here, again, we would have seen Chase as lead lender wanting to credit bid in this situation and take control of the assets and liquidate them. I think we can assume, because they didn't take control of the assets and liquidate them, that the cost of liquidating them would have ended up with them getting a recovery substantially less than $2 billion.
And that's possible, but the procedure shouldn't have been perverted to guarantee that result.
This is probably for my personal edification more than anything else, since I think I took one bankruptcy law course, and it was many, many years ago. But I vaguely remembered 363 had to do with rotting vegetables on a cart, and now I think what I'm hearing is there have been incredible developments with the use of 363. As I view TARP, TARP is written in a sense, or certainly practiced today by the administration. I'm not sure if there's any firm in America that cannot receive TARP funds. If there is, I'm unaware of it. What are the limits on 363 these days? What can't be done?
I think your notion of 363 sales might be one that predates 1978, because that's the rule under the old Bankruptcy Act, is you had to have something that was
I'm
perishable.
showing my age, Professor.
Yes. Since 1978, 363 really hasn't had any perishability requirements. And so there's, other than court-adopted rules like the rule on sub rosa plans, 363 by its terms doesn't really have any limitations about when and what you can sell. So there's some court gloss on there, but it's really, there really aren't any limits, and secured lenders have figured that out, and they're using it quite aggressively, in part because 363F, which allows a sale free and clear of liens and so forth, is much more powerful than state foreclosure law. So it's a much easier way to sell assets.
Thank you. Same amount of time.
Mr. Murdoch, I understand that at the time you purchased your bonds, you paid 43 cents on the dollar for them,
That's correct.
which I assume was the current market price.
Precisely.
Why was the current market price 43 cents on the dollar for a bond?
Well-
Why wasn't it closer to 100 cents on the dollar for GM bonds?
No, this is
Chrysler
Chrysler.
bond.
Yeah, we did
Chrysler
not have
bond.
any General Motors. Well, as you certainly know, and somewhat of a rhetorical question, I think, the reason the price was 43 cents is because that's where the market put the price based on all that had been happening in the American automotive industry with Chrysler specifically. At the time, gasoline was about $4 a gallon, and they were certainly seeing the results of that in their sales and forecast. I've been asked many times as an elected official, why in the world would you buy those bonds even at 43 cents? And there's two answers. Number one, it was discounted as a secured piece of credit, secured being a word that at least at that time had meaning. And secondly, and this is not an unimportant fact, we have as a policy, as most states do, we want to help businesses that have a large footprint in our state. There are over 6,000 employees who work for Chrysler Corporation in Indiana. We hope to be a part of the party of their success. We never imagined in doing so that we would end up on this side. And let me also add, just as a footnote, and this is certainly in my written testimony, but I harbor no ill will whatsoever towards Chrysler Corporation or the UAW. What we are concerned about, and what I think the Congress, as the Oversight Committee, should be concerned about, are all the processes that are being upset here. And what we bring forward in our lawsuit, Chrysler couldn't have done if they wanted to. It's been solely the actions of the United States government that have put us in this position.
So actually, let me press on your point, though. You said the reason that you bought these bonds was because you knew they were secured, but they were priced at 43 cents on the dollar, which tells you something about the value of the security, doesn't it? What does it tell you?
It certainly does. It tells us that the security was seen through a little bit of a squinty eye of the market. However,
I'm sorry, what does that mean? What does it tell you about the value of the security relative
there was a
to the
higher
bond?
level of risk there.
Not just higher level of risk, what does it tell you about the value of the collateral, at least as the market perceived it?
Well, it goes with my comment that I just said about the risk. I mean, people are discounting it because they see some level of uncertainty out there as far as the future performance of the
I'm
company.
actually trying to ask two different questions here. There's a risk that the company may fail, I understand that.
Right.
And that's a risk that unsecured creditors take generally. And then there's a risk about the value of the collateral. That is, that the collateral will not cover the amount of the outstanding liabilities. So when the bonds are trading at 43 cents on the dollar, I presume it's not only because there's a risk that the company may fail, indeed may liquidate at some point, but that the value of the collateral is substantially less than the face value of the bond.
Understood.
So
And part of
you
the-
knew when you purchased these that you were purchasing them, I just want to be clear, in part as a secured creditor, but in larger part as a general unsecured creditor.
When that debt was purchased, and we do this through a private firm, but the firm did the analysis based on the collateral, based on the performance, all that was out there, and they basically looked at it as a very conservative investment based solely on where Jeep was within the total portfolio of Chrysler.
Right. But a price of 43 cents on the dollar tells you that it was, the market at least strongly perceived, and you purchased, believing you were purchasing a partially secured and largely unsecured obligation of Chrysler.
With the historical understanding it was still secured as a secured creditor.
Well, secured to the extent, perhaps, of 43 cents on the dollar, plus whatever its future upside earning was, has to be included in that 43 cents. So secured at something less than, considerably less than that. Is that right? So the difficulty here is that, not that you were not paid 100 cents on the dollar, it's simply the disagreement over the valuation
Correct.
of the collateral.
Correct. Yes.
And so your objection is that, I just want to make sure I understand, the valuation produced by Capstone, is that right? Was
that was
inaccurate?
Capstone was the consultant, I believe, for Chrysler.
Is that right?
I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay, so you think that the valuation is wrong?
Yes, I do. And I think there's been a number of things that have come forward even since then that raised more questions. For instance, during the bankruptcy testimony in New York, it was said the value of the Dodge Viper line might be maybe $5 million, when in fact Chrysler had received an offer just 2 months before for $35 million. I mean, there are those types of valuations that we think were not given due merit in what the total valuation of this company was. You know, it's come up several times too, and again, I'm not a lawyer, and I make no apology here, but I do understand the value of time. And while it's been said throughout the hearing today, what's the, you know, it was pushed, it was pushed, it was pushed. What was the issue that was pushing the timing? And it was a date of June 15th. It was said repeatedly that if this deal wasn't done, Fiat was going to walk away from the deal. Well, throughout that period, I kept raising the question, Fiat's not putting a penny of investment in here. They're being given hundreds of millions of dollars of assets on day one. What difference does it make if somebody's going to give me $100 million, if I don't get it on Monday, I'll come back on Tuesday or Thursday? The day the sale took place, Mr. Marchione, in fact, made the comment, we don't know where the date came from.
So if I'm understanding this, you're saying you would have made a different business judgment at that point in time, but as a creditor, that was not your legal right. Is that right?
Well, that is not a decision as a creditor that I could set as far as what the date was going to be for the sale, but I'm saying, in line with some of the other testimony here, that if the process had been opened up for other bidders, there might have been other bidders to get us better valuation, but there was no time for other bidders because the government so pushed this process forward to meet an artificial deadline.
Thank you, Mr. Murdoch. Congressman Henserling? Yes.
Okay. Mr. Murdoch, I assume somewhere in the investment decision-making process of the state of Indiana probably would have been the assumption that the pension fund would be treated at least equally to other secured creditors and be treated preferentially to unsecured creditors. Would that have been part of the decision-making process to buy these bonds at 43 cents on the dollar? I think you also said, Mr. Murdoch, that, quote-unquote, all processes are being upset here. So I'll just kind of frankly lob a softball out to the panel as we, in this round of questioning, and that is from your vantage point, as you look at the entirety of the processes and decisions that have brought us here, and clearly a lot of new ground is being broken, certainly from a policy-making perspective. maybe a bankruptcy perspective, maybe not. But what do you see as the long-term, either positive or negative policy consequences for what certainly has been a fairly unprecedented excursion by the federal government into these two private companies? And we'll just go left to right. We'll start with you, Professor Adler.
Thank you, Congressman. In a nutshell, whether the government dictated the sale or not, it influenced a process through which the sale proceeds of the assets of a bankrupt company were going to go to a favored creditor. That may have been legitimate, it may have been illegitimate. The process, though, that is, the direction of the proceeds to those creditors may have been appropriate in the end had the process been fair. But we don't know whether that was appropriate. Instead, what we have is a diversion of value in a process that was flawed. And as a result, the parties that might have been injured by this, the creditors in this case, perhaps those creditors were speaking in their best interest, those that went ahead and permitted the transaction, the dissenters thought otherwise. But those creditors are going to be hesitant to lend in the future on terms that are favorable to future debtors. And as a result, when you don't have an open sale process, but instead allow the government or the court to approve a sale in which only certain bidders are permitted and in which the sale proceeds are going to be siphoned off in a particular direction, you run the risk that the confidence in credit will be diminished, and as a result, the cost of capital to future debtors will be increased.
Thank you. Professor Lubin?
I guess I would start with the idea that there has been a diversion of value presupposes, I guess, that there was extra value there to be diverted, right? And that the full value hadn't been paid in this process. And given the lack of evidence on valuation other than what was presented in the bankruptcy court, it looks like the government, if anything, paid more than adequate value for these assets. So I don't think we can assume that there has been a diversion of value here to anybody in particular. Again, I will agree that there has been a kind of a government bailout of the unions, and we can debate whether or not that's a good thing or a bad thing, but it's really not relevant to the bankruptcy issues. As to, what do we take away from all these cases, I ultimately think that these cases will be recognized for what they are, as two very large bankruptcy cases that happened at a point in time where private financing wasn't available. The government stepped up and provided it. In that sense, they're kind of unique, and I don't think they'll really set a big precedent for anything going forward. One good thing that could come out of this, though, is that I think to the extent that the larger public and Congress has been made aware of what's going on in Chapter 11 generally, that's a good thing. Because, those of us in the bankruptcy community have been talking about it now for 5 or 6 years, but, we could all fit in an elevator together and have that conversation, and I don't think the conversation has gotten out of the elevator. So now it has, and that could be a good thing ultimately.
Mr. Murdoch, you get the last word.
Well, I'll agree with you on that point, Mr. Lupin. I think it is good to have this discussion. I had, as you phrased the questions, thought of 3 quick things. Number one is with TARP specifically, and you said this a few moments ago, it looks like anybody can get money from TARP. Though that was clearly not Congress's intent in passing it, it certainly seems the door is wide open, and I think that's rather frightening. Secondly, and this was mentioned a moment ago, but the credit markets are still feeling the effect of this. I could not agree more with the Obama administration when they recently said we need to see unprecedented new investment in American manufacturing. I totally agree. But this type of change in the historical understanding of creditors' rights is going to cause billions of dollars to flow overseas where they're not changing the rules. We're already seeing that. We've changed the rules of investing in our office because of the new risk. And last but not least, and to me, and again, I said at the outset, I have great reverence for this process. Will we continue to have a true system of check and balances? The Congress voted to have an auto bailout bill, and it failed. It didn't matter. The executive acted. The leadership of Congress obviously agreed with the administration in their actions, so totally the actions of Congress were deemed irrelevant. The auto bailout bill failed. You know, if the Congress had passed an automobile bailout bill, I doubt that I would be sitting here. Because then clearly most of our argument goes away, and I think the process would have been handled differently. But as a Congressional Oversight Committee, I guess the last word I would leave with you is you're being made irrelevant, and you ought not let that happen.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, this panel is excused. Thank you very much for coming. We appreciate it. This hearing will be adjourned. We will hold the record open for 30 days. If there are any additional questions from the panelists, they'll be submitted in writing, and we'll ask you to give your responses in writing as well. Again, we appreciate the hospitality of Wayne State University. We appreciate the participation of two of Michigan's finest congresspeople here. We appreciate your dedication and your willingness to come and share your thoughts and your time with us. With that, this meeting is adjourned. This hearing is adjourned.